Hello and welcome to Bucharest. This is the 888 Poker Live main event from Bucharest and the 888 Poker Room here in, Bucharest. I gave it away, didn't I? It's in Bucharest. We've got a great stream lined up for you. This is day 2 coverage. You're almost certainly going to see the money bubble and all of the machinations around that. We've got a lot of giveaways for you. Something like 11 tickets. I say something like, making this up as we go along. Lots of tickets, $33 tickets, and a $215 main event ticket for the Mystery Bounty main event on 888. We've got Vivian Saliba on the feature table. We've got a free roll in a little bit. I'm Nick Wealthall. And most importantly, we've got Alex Mantovani, better known as Carolito. Yeah. Alex, how are you?
That's me. I'm good.
That's you.
Yeah, I'm not in my office. I'm at my mom's place visiting, but I'm excited to be here with you with this day 2 of this tournament. And you mentioned the Mystery Bounty main event. I'm there on day 2 with the chip lead, guys. So I'm going to give you a hard time if you win the ticket.
You're there with the chip lead. That is awesome.
Yeah.
So for the ticket, you're basically second place is up for grabs. Alex has got first pretty much locked. Is that that's what we're saying?
Not exactly, but I have great opportunities to go after bounties, and that is amazing.
Yeah, did the big bounty we haven't got to the envelopes yet, or where are we at? I haven't looked.
I think 30K for the big one. I can double check, maybe 50.
Yeah, it's 30K. It's 30K for the big one, but we're not at the bounty stage yet, are we? Presumably.
No, when we make day 2, I think it's bounty already. So when day 2 starts, it's going to be bounties, and I'm going to be coming for them.
Nice.
I never got a big bounty in a mystery bounty tournament, and I played them for like 2 years already. So, yeah, I hope this is the time.
You're due, because that's how this works.
Yeah.
We're going to give you lots of ways to play in that big online tournament that Alex is talking about. You can joust with him to win it. 10 satellite tickets, $33 satellites, so serious satellites, not like the entry level, and then 1 big main event ticket later on. We'll do a giveaway quite early on to reward those of you that are here early. This is our feature table on day 2 here in Bucharest, and you can see 888 ambassador Vivi Saliba in seat 1.
Yes, and she is definitely overpatched. She has 3 888 poker patches, and that means she's going to win it, probably.
She looks like the client threw up on her. Yeah, she's representing in the way we like to see. People that watch our content will know she's a fantastic ambassador for 888. She's also a very good poker player, isn't she, Alex?
Yeah, she is. And by the way, I don't know any of the other players at the feature table, so if anyone in the chat knows them, has some information.
Seat 2, I know, because that's Daniel Craig.
Yeah.
That's an amazing lookalike. Slightly older Daniel Craig.
Let's hope he doesn't get a straight flush against a full house, against quads, against strips in this one.
That's very good.
Yeah.
That poker hand is just so funny.
I love that any movie that has poker, it has some insane, like 1 in a million hand that happens, you know?
Yeah, it's like the Cincinnati Kid, the old film, the really old film, is really good. And somebody said about that, just you have to pretend that the final hand is 2 pair versus, a bluff or something. Yeah. Instead, they just go crazy with there was a raw flush again. I can't remember what he has, full house against raw flush or something stupid. You're right, they always do it.
And it's funny that they portray that poker is a skill game, that in all of those movies is like that. But then there's always a royal flush or a straight flush, And I'm a very good player, but I don't make those often.
No, it's true. The James Bond one with seat 2 Daniel Craig is particularly annoying because they go through the whole thing of that he has a tell, right? Yeah. Like he has this eye thing, and you think, oh, they're setting it up so that he can read him. No, no, it's just a straight flush.
Yeah.
Good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you are in the world, to all of our early birds. Thank you for being here and finding us. Obviously, a very irregular time to stream Saturday afternoon for this channel, so we do appreciate you finding us. Hi, Pashad. Hi, I'm Master Aces. Good to see you. Good to see you, Ledsick. Will we stream all of day two? Depends if me and Alex get sleepy. We're going to bring you. We're going to bring you quite a lot. So, and Pedro, good to see you as well. Yes, James Bond regularly gets 4 aces. Yeah, he does. So, Alex, you're in Brazil. So, what time is it in Brazil?
Now it's 10:55 a.m. So I would guess that it's 3 hours before GMT at the moment, right?
What did you say? What time? Sorry, I missed the key bit of information.
3 hours before GMT.
3 hours. Okay, yeah. So just 3 hours behind us. Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Not too bad. I was worried we got you up at, like Aaron yesterday had to get up at like 5 a.m. or something.
No, I think that Canada time zone would be amazing for me personally because I'm an early person. And
Okay.
Brazil time zone is quite good because I can finish my online sessions at like 10 p.m., maybe like at most midnight if I have a deep run in something that starts late. So it is good. But if I lived in Canada, that would be perfect for me because I would wake up at 6 a.m., go to the gym, take a shower, and start my session. So that would be the perfect time zone for me. But most poker players are night people. I'm just the exception.
Yeah, you are. So, Alex, how do you find, like, if you go to a tournament and the tournament's running late, is that difficult for you, like playing late?
Awful. I love playing live, but basically any stop that's outside Vegas is painful for me because in Vegas, tournaments start at 11 a.m., maybe noon. They can run as late as like 1 a.m., and that's okay-ish for me. But any other live stop starts at 4 or 5 p.m. They run into 4 a.m., and it takes me some adaptation, but the good part about that is they usually run in Europe. So Europe is 4 or 5 hours more than Brazil. So I try to just like travel and keep my Brazilian time zone to play there, and it kind of works.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got you. It's very, very hard. It's very, very hard functioning at your best and focusing, I think, when it's not your,
for sure.
in rhythm with you. I think it's hard.
Yeah. But it's still worth it, and live poker is really fun. So it's worth the effort and the change of environment a bit.
Yeah, definitely. We'll get into the poker in a second here. You're listening to Alex Mantovani, known as Cavalito. His Twitch channel is linked in the chat. I'm sure you already know who he is, but if you don't, he's a fantastic poker brain. We're going to get our knowledge up leveled. That is not an actual phrase during this broadcast.
This hand can get spicy if Alexandru or Alexandru, I don't know how is the correct spelling in Romanian. So Romanians in the chat, please help me. If he finds a check, Marius has the perfect hand to blast off. So it's very hard to find a check when you have a straight that unblocks the board, right? But yeah, if he found the check, probably Marius could get very spicy here. In general, checking very strong hands when you don't block what your villain continues is not a good idea, but in this spot would work perfectly.
Interesting.
Yeah.
We don't get that. We don't get spiciness. That one's over. That's the poker room, obviously. This is the 888 poker room in Bucharest, something 888 is very proud of and wants to justifiably promote as much as possible. Great place to come and play poker if you are in Bucharest, especially now because there's probably side events and all kinds of things going on.
Yeah. We can see Easty in the side of the screen.
Oh, I missed him.
Yeah.
I was too busy getting the promotion in.
Hopefully we'll get to see him at the TV table at a later point. I think he's starting to do better in tournaments in general.
What do you think he's had to change, Alex? Have you spoken to him about it?
I think that transitioning from a cash game mentality to a tournament mentality can be hard, because basically on cash game you just have to think about winning the biggest amount of chips. So like if you risk all your chips to make point 1 big blind in a cash game, it's going to be good.
Yeah.
In a tournament, not exactly, because like if the average of the tournament is 40 big blinds, for example, and you risk 80 big blinds to win point 1 big blind, that's definitely not going to be worth it, you know. And yeah, basically, I think that cash gamers, when they start coming to MTTs, they risk their tournament lives way more than they should.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I think the other element to that is the effect on their opponents as well. So
yeah. Also, like ranges are very different, right? And I think that's another thing that probably makes it harder for cash gamers in general. And also, like tournament players, when they go to cash games, they probably get the ranges very different, because on cash games there are no antes to begin with. Then there's rake whenever you see a flop, so that also impacts ranges.
Yeah, it is very different, and you're just almost always playing deep stacked.
Yeah.
Which obviously,
in tournaments playing 12 big blinds, there's just a lot you can do. You can actually 3-bet fold with 12 big blinds if you are at a final table or a bubble situation or something like that.
Yeah, that's really interesting. We'll definitely, as we go through the day, and we'll get some shorter stacks as the day goes on, obviously, and around the bubble, I'll definitely talk to you more about that, because I really feel like what you can do with shorter stacks has changed in the understanding of what you can do has changed in the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, I think a big part of it is because of the software that we have now, because in the past it would be just like things that people would talk about and then make rules that made sense. And a lot of things they got right from a theoretical perspective, like a lot of the old concepts, they kind of apply even after software and sims and all that. But some of it is wrong, especially because I think when they try to find a logic on what strategy works, what strategy doesn't work, they try to make it as comfortable as possible, right? So, for example, 3-bet folding from 12 bigs is not a comfortable play. You're going to invest like 1/3 of your stack to fold. So, yeah, the old rule was like, if you have 15 big blinds or less, you can just like rejam. And that's not exactly how things work. But a lot of the concepts, they probably still apply. The ones that people figured out by themselves. I did read Doyle Brunson's book when I was starting to play, and
oh, did you?
I was and I was actually doing well in my local casino and home game and all that. And I read Sklansky, I read Doyle Brunson, and yeah, of course, concepts and ranges and all that were outdated 10 years ago, but if you go to your local casino, local poker room, local home game, those concepts are probably going to still make you a winner in those games.
I mean, I can remember, so the No Limit Hold'em section in Super System, which Doyle wrote, really helped me, not with specific plays, but just with the mentality and understanding the value of aggression, which I think is just a really useful thing to get your head around early when you start learning. Let's have a look at some chat. Good to see you in chat. Welcome along. We're looking forward to a good day of poker. We just started, so you have missed nothing. Kat Sushi says, Vivi Saliba Vamu. Marcel says, who's the guest Brazilian player? It's the Brazilian player. It's Cavalito. We've gone to the top for you. Hi, Cicello. How are you? Let's not dance in Bucharest, Cicello, because A, poker players can't dance, and B, there's no room on set.
You look like someone who dances, though.
Me, I dance,
Maybe.
yeah, but I mean, I'm the exception, Alex. You know that.
Okay.
You don't want to see most poker players dance, trust me.
Yeah,
For
I agree.
most poker players, their body is just a way for them to get from their for their head to get from the refrigerator to the monitor. So they're not. You're also the exception in that you're, healthy and get up early in the morning. And
I used to be a dance teacher during university that helped me to pay some bills in the past and all that. It's a funny story. Yeah,
What kind of dance?
I'm not joking.
What kind of
ballroom
dance?
dancing.
Seriously?
So basically, we had ballroom dancing in a gym near the place we lived when I was in university, and my mom was like, "I want to start ballroom dancing, and you're gonna be my partner." Then I said, "No way, I'm gonna do that." But basically, she ended up dragging me there, and I liked it a lot. And then I became friends with the teacher, and started helping him out by having lessons and going to parties to dance with the people and all that. And I started getting really good and liking dance a lot. And like 2 years later, I was teaching one Brazilian rhythm and making some money on the side.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's excellent. So by a complete coincidence, my wife and I have just started having lessons.
Oh, really?
Fun thing to do together. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it's fun.
What is your favorite rhythm?
Anything Latin. My hips don't lie, Alex.
Salsa.
That's the thing. Yeah, all of that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, the other thing I like about ballroom dancing is, and everyone tells me this is wrong, but I swear it's true. It's way harder for the woman and way easier for the man. And everyone keeps telling me that's wrong because the man has to lead. But ultimately, the woman has got to do a lot more things backwards and in heels, and they've got to do a lot more turns and stuff like that. I just think it's way harder.
Yeah, they have to bring the grace to the dance, and also
Exactly.
If their partner doesn't know how to lead, it becomes really hard for them to have a good time. So I think, there's some truth to that, but it is a team effort, right? It's not going to be good. Why is Vivi showing as Italian here? Oh, probably she has actually the Italian citizenship, but
does she?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I have
that's how come. Maybe that's how come she's living in Austria.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of Brazilians have Italian, parents or grandparents or all that, and I actually may be able to get an Italian passport, and that if I want to live in Europe, I have to go after that, because with my Brazilian passport, I could only stay I think 3 to 6 months per year in Europe, and if I have the Italian passport, then I can stay the entire year. Yeah, and I'm actually going after that because my wife wants to do her master's degree, and her main options are in Europe. So I might have to do that sooner rather than later.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, the awesome thing is once you're in Europe, you can take your pick and move around and all of that good stuff. I must give a shout out. Right? Yeah, except for the UK, because we are not very bright. I must give a shout out to Boxwaxer. Hey, Boxwaxer. Boxwaxer yesterday in the free roll, over 2,000 players. Boxwaxer, friend of the show, finished 7th.
Nice. Yeah,
very,
quite the run.
Very well done, you legend. Round of applause in chat for Boxwaxer. Brilliant run in the free roll. We will have another free roll today in about 2.5 hours. There's $500 in there for you to play for. And you can also get your claim to fame. I've seen Nick Eastwood now. It's like one of those cartoons. Where's Nick Eastwood? Left-hand side.
Yeah. And I'm actually going to apologize to chat because the game is happening for a while, and I don't think we commented on a single hand that was played. We were just chatting.
Alex never apologized to chat. It's one of the worst things you can do.
One of the rules, yeah.
Yeah, one of the rules.
Okay.
They're never happy anyway, so you can't apologize to them.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Which is a very poker player thing as well.
Never being happy.
Yeah. Let's pay attention on this hand, Nick.
Let's do it.
Okay.
So we don't know these players yet, but we'll get to know them over this session and see how they play. We're playing 1,000, 2,000. So 22 and a half big blinds for Mihai.
Am I allowed to talk about tells?
Yeah, why not?
So basically, the way Mihai raised, he splashed his chips in the pot, and that is usually a tell that he's not on top of his range, because people are more stoic and deliberate when they have strong hands. Wow, I'm using all of my English vocabulary.
Yeah, I like it. It's good. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe that's his style, and he'll just do that with every single hand. But it is an indication, and if I had a hand that was good for it, I would probably just 3-bet him and test if that's his way, or if he actually doesn't have a very strong hand.
That is invaluable information.
Yeah.
If you tuned into the stream early, Alex has already made you money for the rest of your poker career. You're welcome. Yeah, it's really interesting.
There are probably people that are still sleeping, though, even though it's 3 p.m. where you are.
Yeah, it's 2 p.m. where I am. I think it's 3 p.m. in Central Europe. But yeah, a lot of poker players are still feeling dopey, probably. Gaz Ganger, good to see you. Says, apologize to chat gets you run good. Does it?
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to see
I'm a day 2 of the main, so I'll take it.
There you go.
Yeah.
So the 3-bet from Philippe.
Yeah, I really like this 3-bet. Some people don't like 3-betting ace queen off because they usually get reactions from ace king off and pocket jacks plus. So ace queen is a hand that ends up 3-bet folding. But on a lot of times that people don't have those hands, they end up getting folds from a hand like 10-9 suited that the guy thought a bit about it and ended up folding. And 10-9 suited has almost 40% equity against ace queen. So if you get people behind to fold those hands, because one thing that people don't realize is how important it is to deny equity, because even the 4-5 suited, if they flat, 4-5 suited has a big amount of equity against ace queen. So sometimes even when you have the better hand, you don't mind people folding. It's just the river. The river is the only street that if you have the best hand, yeah, you want to call if you bet. But until the river, if you deny equity and make people fold hand that has like 30 to 40% equity against you, that is already and pick up the pot, that's already a very good result. Yeah. So
yeah, it's interesting as well that, and I was just hesitating because I couldn't remember the player's name, but the guy opened 4-5 from early position. So we want to encourage more of that behavior. If we're going to keep you on stream, we need the action.
We need the action, yes. Danut has the ace suited. Suited aces are always good to open, regardless of position, if you have a decent stack, which he does. So that's just some extra tip. Because they perform well against any kind of hand, really.
Yeah, they are also relatively easy to play post flop as well.
Yeah.
Compared to like a king 10 off or something.
Exactly. That's a bit of a wide call, but we appreciate having a flop. I don't think we saw many of those.
No, we should be having more flops. They're definitely they're pretty deep at this table. 3 or 4 significantly deep stacks. They're playing 1,000, 2,000, so we should be seeing some more flops, I think.
Yeah, and against the big blind, this kind of board usually gets bet with the entire range from the opener, because the opener has all the strong jack X, has queens through aces, so has a lot of strong hands, has pocket eights, pocket jacks, pocket fours, and it's already kind of hard for queen four to peel. He probably ends up calling because he has a pair to the board and an overcard, and the queen is actually better than it looks, because if a queen hits the board, in position player is going to use that card to bluff a lot. So that's another tip when you're playing.
That's really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. And also the king is a very good card to barrel as a bluff. And if Alexandru has the discipline to check here, he's gonna probably win a big pot, because in position has to bluff now. It is a very good board for in position, but in general, I think that betting is the best option. Some people can make a case for checking because they have the 4 of spades, so in position has less hands to bluff, but the 4 of spades doesn't interact that much with in position's range. My go-to here is the small bet, which I like, because our opponent did check on the king. So probably their range, we don't know their cards, right? So probably their range is more Jack X or worse, and a small bet can get Jack X to give a crying call, and maybe the worse than Jack X may find a bluff or something. So I think that Mihai played the hand very well. Oh, it's not Mihai. I forgot.
Alexandru. Yeah, Alexandru.
Yeah, Alexandru. Yeah. Mihai is the other guy.
Hi to Master Grogu, Con Martino, Germandus, and all Inskians. Good to see you all. We're going to do a giveaway because we really appreciate you being here early on a Saturday, early in poker terms, early in stream terms. So we're going to do an early bird giveaway. We're going to do a keyword. All you have to do is type in the word or phrase into chat and you're entered automatically. And what you're playing to win is a $33 satellite to the tournament that is going to be won by Cavalito. But second place is very valuable.
Yeah, and you can also get the top mystery bounty, which is probably bounty,
because you're not good at winning those.
Similar, yeah, which is probably going to be similar to the first place prize. So
exactly. Lime, is the keyword ready? It is ready. I like the drama and the ceremony. Is it ready? She's not playing along. Is the keyword ready? Yes, brilliant. I came up with this keyword, and this is how creative and clever I am. Ready? The keyword is day 2. DAYTWO. It's not even a word.
Well, that's a great keyword.
Thanks.
Well
not done. With a 2. Not with a 2. The word 2. Key word, not key number. Day
also
2.
Making it hard for people. Come on, Nick.
it's a bit too tough just to win the $33 ticket. Type in day 2, all one word. I'll never use a number again. That's caused controversy. Do what everyone else is doing, and you're in the draw. Good luck. Good luck. So quite a quiet start to our feature table.
Yeah. I mean, in the beginning of day 2, people are usually getting to know each other, so I don't think people are very aggressive early on. It takes a specific type of player to be super aggressive in the start of day 2. But I think we have a nice setup here of players, just based on the few minutes I'm watching. I think that the younger guys, they play a bit wider ranges, and then the other guys, they thought about getting aggressive in spots. So I think we're going to have a very entertaining day 2 table. Sorry.
I like the vibe. I want you to be right, Alex.
Yeah.
I've also got some.
We can
some
just
big
talk about
stacks.
ballroom dancing for a while, so it also works.
Yeah, that's also true. We just learned the tango, but we only spent half an hour on it, so we've learned like the basic step. So now I'm dragging my wife around the house. It's good.
Yeah, Vivi has a hand that she's probably gonna play. Discipline fold. I think that in general, you have to be able to find those folds. I mean, Donut is opening from under the gun. However, I think this table is not being very aggressive with three bets, which means that I would probably expand my calling ranges and I would play more hands. And I would find a VPIP with the ace jack probably. Because
would you make it at all player specific based on who the opener is or not?
I would make more table specific. So I don't have enough information on individual players, but we just saw 1 3-bet in the entirety of the 30 minutes we've been watching, right? So
yeah.
Okay, it can be something related to card distribution, but if you see more aggressive tables, you would see 2 or 3 3-bets already. So that makes me expand my range until they prove me wrong. Because when you have a skill edge on your opponents, and I think that Vivi probably does, without knowing the opponents, just knowing Vivi, I think that you have to be willing to play and fight for the biggest amount of pots possible.
That makes a lot of sense. Really, really interesting to think about how the table is playing. We're going to give away our first ticket. Very exciting. Lime Ricky is rolling the giveaway. Someone is about to win the early bird special. And that person is Valarank. Sorry, Vlarank. The third time was the right one. Vlarank, come on down. You are understatedly celebrating with a thumbs up. I assume that's because you're busy running around your bedroom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Congrats. We've got 10 more tickets to give away. You heard me correctly, including a $215 main event ticket. So lots of giveaways to come. Small pair battle for you here, Alex.
Yeah. Versus the button, I think that Danut has to continue to be very sticky in general when you play big blind versus the button, because you have to remember that button is playing close to half of the hands, and it's hard to make pairs in Hold'em, right? So whenever you have a pair against the button, you should probably continue pretty much blindly. And then, yeah, in position, should barrel this turn quite aggressively, because the big blind is going to continue wide as well. And yeah, I'm not seeing pre-flop aggression. So I saw 2 different players checking turns that are good for their ranges. And
you're right. We have seen that twice. So this is a very important idea, isn't it, for people that are looking to improve their poker, is to understand when a card hits the board that's good for your range and so easier for you to bluff.
Exactly.
Or more profitable for you to bluff is a better way to put it.
And also understand when your opponent is not doing that, because sometimes we try to project the way we play into other people, right? And then, for example, on the other board, it was Jack 8-4 turn king. So against a lot of people that are aggressive, I would call twice with Ace 8, for example. But if I'm playing against a guy that I know is not barreling the king, that is a good card for the range, then I'm just folding the my ace-8 on the turn, right? We have to remember that poker is a game of logic and people. In the past years, people were talking about solvers trying to be like robots and all that, but we are not playing against robots. We're playing against people.
Yes.
And by the way, robots, if you're listening and you're planning on controlling the world, I didn't mean no harm or offense, right?
No, what
but
you're saying is the robots are better. They're better than people.
yeah.
And
I think they're going to
we
spare me.
strongly,
Yeah,
they'll totally spare you. You'll be fine.
And yeah, I mean, we have to adjust to that, right? Because I see a mistake that a lot of people that get into poker and they're willing to learn and improve and study and all that, they just like blindly look at solutions and then they say, oh, so this is the way I should play. No, that's the way you should play against people that play really well. If you're playing against a different setup or lineup, you should probably make adjustments.
Yeah, it's a very important point because poker is such a situational game. And, unless you are going to play GTO perfectly, which you're not, and you're playing, in a tournament like this, you're playing against very exploitable players.
Yeah.
A lot of the time.
Yeah, for example, not barreling the king there on Jack 8-4 king, when you have a hand that does not beat the board is a very significant mistake.
Yes.
Because your opponent has a wide range. I mean, they had the 4, they had the bottom pair to the board. They could never handle aggression, even if they have the 8. I mean, we can have Jack X. Also, by the way, we should keep betting our strong jacks in that situation, just because it's very unlikely for our opponent to have a king. So a jack is usually strong enough. So the game is way different than in practice than it should be in theory, right? And we should just like be able to understand that's what I tell people. You should understand theory so you know when people are deviating from that and make adjustments.
Makes perfect sense. Interesting check here from Alexandru.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of turn checking in general. And
yeah, it's quite passive, isn't it?
Yeah.
We might need to send the table a round of shots, Alex, or introduce a straddle or something. I have a variety of ways of loosening up a table, but they're all cash game ways of loosening up a table. I don't have very many tournament table techniques.
Yeah, but now, for example, a guy with 8 high let a guy with king high win the pot. You're not going to see that in aggressive games in general. Or like king high guy has to make a sick call or something like that. But not just like, okay, we check to the river and king high shows down and wins. It's very... yeah, that's not something you're going to see often.
No, and I wonder if Vivi will adjust and start 3-betting like playing more hands generally, because she is quite deep, and 3 of the other players are quite deep. I think they're all over like 60, 70 blinds. So there is the potential to play more hands here.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard though, because the sample you get on people playing live is very limited, right? So
True.
It's not even, I wouldn't even advise you to make quick adjustments to the table or to people, but I would expect her to start making some moves slowly.
Hi to Aaron
is in the
Brody.
chat. Hello.
Yeah, hi Aaron. He did a fantastic job yesterday on our stream. Those of you that were here, I'm sure you enjoyed his company. And if you haven't already, follow him on Twitch. But don't watch him today. Watch me and Alex, because, just do not need the competition, frankly.
Are you playing today, Aaron?
I guarantee he's playing today because he couldn't play yesterday because he had to commentate. So he'll be feeling the itch, I think. Three-way pot here.
First
We'll
one?
see some,
Oh, no, second
some
one.
post-flop action. Yeah.
Boring. No, it's not boring. It's gonna get spicy for sure. And Daniel Craig is coming with the lead. I would not recommend that. Basically, like, you shouldn't bet because you hit, right? Because, for example, you are out of position, first of all, and if you have a strong hand in this board, for example, ace king, maybe pocket tens, you would probably have re-raise pre-flop, right? So basically, when you bet here out of position, you're giving information about your hand in a way. And you're not defending your checking range, which means that whenever you check in this situation, your opponent is going to know that you have a strong hand. Weak hand, sorry.
So Mihai shoves here, which is interesting.
Yeah. Mihai was short enough. I mean, probably the other player that I can just call as Daniel Craig after now, I even forgot his actual name.
It's my fault.
Maybe he plays that strategy because he knows when his opponent shoves, they have a better hand. But in order to play the most profitable poker you can, it's going to be uncomfortable. You're going to have tough decisions. The name is Bond, James Bond. I love it, Lion.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Good luck to Baron in your Saturday grind. Hope to see you on day 2 of the 215 Mystery Main.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Hope to see you at other tables, not at my table. You're a bit annoying to play against.
He said the same about you yesterday.
Really?
Yeah. He said you've had a lot of battles.
Yeah.
Chat's a bit quiet, so say hello and let me know where you're watching from, because I can. I know there's quite a few of you out there, and I want to make sure that we give some shout outs. And also, I love finding out where you all are, because I'm in London, Alex is in Brazil, and the poker tournament's happening in Bucharest, which already blows my mind.
Yeah.
Luckbox Nemo's in Glasgow. Mauricia is in Romania. Go to the card room, Mauricia. Scuddy's in Loughborough. Domprey is in Rainy Island. You don't need to put the rainy. We've all been to Ireland. Mikey Magic. If it's sunny, you should put Sunny Island. It's the exception. Mikey Magic's in Brazil. Dano Face is in Canada. Biosca's in Bucharest. Alabaster is right behind me. That's fine, but can you stop touching me because I'm trying to do a job. Evfest is in Newcastle.
São Paulo, Brazil. Leo is the biggest ticket winner in 888 history. Like, this guy is insane.
Habitual.
He's always around in our stream, and he gets a lot of tickets.
He's mastered it.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Leo. Pashad's in Norway. Con Martinoni is also in Sao Paulo. Gaz is from London, like me. Derditz Argon is from Aachen, Germany. Oh, nice. Wales is in somewhere Welsh. So I'm not going to try and say. Cindy Bear's in Calgary. Good to see you all. And now Alex is going to do some poker analysis.
No, Edward is just saying on YouTube chat, that he is watching from Minaklogdu. And he asked us to try to say that, so I did, but I probably butchered it.
Oh, it's Welsh. Minach Lochdu. I don't know. Okay. Something like that.
Yeah.
We've got a multi-way pot, Alex. Craziness. This is what happens when I try and chat to the chat. It's a good way to get action on the table.
Yeah. I think that multi-way is a part of the game that people are playing a bit too wide. I think that ace-8 should never bet here multi-way. Basically, they don't have enough equity against 4 people to bet for value, and it's not a bluff, so we should probably just check. And yeah, you just put yourself, you put a lot of money in the pot, and the pot is going to grow faster because there are more people, right? And you have a very weak hand against three people, because basically when you bet with ace 8 here, you're either going to get called by better ace x, or you're going to get worse ace extra fold. So yeah,
I think that's a really common leak, by the way. I think it's really common that people make that mistake.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, after Vivi called, the guy continued with King Jack, which is a bit optimistic, but I don't mind that much. And now I think that he's just either overvaluing his hand massively or turning it into a bluff. Let's see if they bet the hand again, they can actually get Vivi to fold ace jack, to be honest. And they got lucky.
Saved. Unlucky Vivi.
Actually, now I really like playing aggressive with say ace 8 and finding the jam, because you get Vivi to fold out the chops, and Vivi does not have aces, ace king, or kings. Sorry, that was probably very loud on the microphone.
It was quite loud, but you made a very good point, which is that it's actually pretty hard for Vivi to have better than a chop, and so betting to fold her out of a chop makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. If I got to this river aggressively, I would just jam.
He is jamming.
Nice.
One of the first sort of really aggressive plays we've seen.
Yeah. It kind of sucks that it's against Vivi, but go Marius. It's a very nice play. And Vivi has a very bad hand to call here. I think that ace deuce, ace 4, ace 5 are way better calls than ace jack, because their bluffs are going to be coming from queen jack, jack 10. So yeah, having most people's bluffs, right? Most people are going to bet the gut shots, and then when they break, they block strong ace x and they bluff. So having a jack here
this is actually a fold, Alex?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
The jack is a very bad card to have here.
And that is, I think that hand from Vivi's point of view is one of those fantastic examples of how No Limit Hold'em is such a ridiculous game sometimes, because you can play the hand like, nobody's doing anything differently on any of the streets. Nobody competent, I don't think, is arguing for anything different on any of the streets to the way Vivi played it, and yet she ends up folding out half the pot.
Yeah,
it's such a hard game.
And also, like, huge butterfly effect, right? Because if Marius played the hand the way they quote unquote should, they would not have won the pot if they just checked the flop.
Yes. Or the turn, I think, as well. Most people would check the turn if they had bet. Bad one for Vivi, but she's still got plenty of chips. Very nice for Marius. You're watching day 2 of the 888 Live main event from Bucharest. We're going to watch play for a decent chunk of today. And
do we have a player count?
Well, I was just going to go into it, Alex.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. You've segued very nicely, because we have got some information. We had 406 players in the main event, €560 buy-in. And at the start of today, we had 163. When we started the stream, I think we had 150. I'm not sure exactly how many we have now, but it'll be somewhere up there. Payouts we're still waiting for. So we're still waiting for payout information.
Vivi found the squeeze here, which is probably something that we were discussing before. This table is not 3-betting enough. This table is not fighting for pots that hard. So Vivi ended up squeezing Queen Jack offsuit here. Unfortunately, she's gonna run into Dimitri's Ace King, and yeah, it's not gonna work this time.
Well, oh wow.
But she did make the aggressive adjustment, which is nice to see.
Oh, I say. Oh, wait. Okay, Harrington went all in behind. Sorry, I got confused here. So Harrington went all in behind.
Me too. Too much people in the hand. I couldn't see.
I know. The graphics went over the right-hand side of the screen, and Vivi's enjoying having the worst hand here. She's folded, and but we liked her 3-bet for sure. Eights versus Ace King, so big pot for both these players. And Dimitris is
Daniel's taking the glasses off.
He has. This is serious. Immediate service. Wow. Clubs are obviously irrelevant, so Harrington needs an 8. He's not the all-in player, but he will be crippled if this 8 doesn't come. That's not one. I'm not going to lie, I love my lookalike.
Yeah.
It's just great. He just looks like him. No 8s. And so Harrington will be down to about 22,000. And Demetrius will get the double up.
Yeah. And I think it kind of started. Poker has such a huge butterfly effect to it. It's crazy. But it really started on the ace-9 hand. That he defended the big blind and led flop and turn. He could have saved a bit of chips there, and then he would have 16 big blinds here, which is not amazing, but at least you have more wiggle room, kind of, you know, because now he just has a stack that he has to go all in and hope for the best. All these decisions and compounding mistakes, they're very important for tournaments.
Really
not so
important.
much for cash games.
Yeah, really important. And there's so much of it is hidden from you when you're playing as well, isn't it? Where, you know, somebody will raise, causing you to fold a hand you would have played, or somebody will play, causing you to, you know, make a different decision. It's just it's such a big factor, and
yeah.
So you know, hard to do anything about, frankly.
Are you planning on playing any tournaments in the near future?
Me?
Yeah.
I might actually play I'm hoping to play the main event in London in August, because we won't be commentating, or I won't be commentating, and that's my business doesn't do very much in August. So I'm hoping to play that. Why?
Nice. I'll be there. Yeah. Hope we are at the same table.
Well, you do want me at your table because you murder me. You'd be fine.
No, it's just going to be good conversation. I don't like playing live on tables that people don't look at each other and they don't talk or anything like that. So.
Yeah, because I mean, the game is quite... You have to concentrate, but the game is quite slow. Not in this hand, though.
This table is starting to get more aggressive, which I like.
People's caffeine's kicking in, Alex. That's what's happening.
Yeah, Gas Gengar in the chat is saying that he would be talkative, so that's fun. Because, like, honestly, I play online 90% of the time, right? So the 10% of the time I'm playing live, I'm leaving my computer screen. I want to interact with people.
Yeah, it's a very good point.
Yeah.
It's a very good point. You'd guess that Demetrius will just take this down, but let's make sure. Players do surprise us sometimes.
Yeah.
That's really interesting, isn't it? It's so funny how, like, Dano has been quite passive, really, and he was the player that checked back the turn.
The king
in that
turn,
hand
yeah,
he's
yeah.
not- And then suddenly he decides to 3-bet king 10 off.
Yeah, which is something that I also talk to my students, is that some people make very heavy adjustments based on assumptions, but you never know what's going through someone's head. And then maybe sometimes he's just saying, man, I'm not getting a hand in 1 hour playing. So let's try to make something happen with this king 10, you know?
Yep.
He's a
So,
tight player, but sometimes he just get over it, or like king 10 is his favorite hand for some reason, you know? So I wouldn't make very, very hard adjustments based on assumptions, because you never know what people are thinking, what's going through their heads. So I would make mild adjustments based on what I'm saying, because as I said, like, we are playing peoples, not robots, right? But you shouldn't go very, very big on assumptions.
Are you familiar with Mike Caro, who wrote the first book of Poker
Yeah, yeah.
Tells? So he called it the law of loose wiring, which is that exactly what you're saying, humans do not operate in a logically consistent fashion. And so he says exactly the same thing, basically, which is you can't go, oh, he did this that time, therefore it's always true that he will do this.
Yeah.
But basically
It's not that easy.
Humans don't even know what decision they're going to make.
Yeah.
Like one time they might fold ace jack off in early position, another time they might 3-bet it just based on their mood in that moment. So it's a fascinating topic, and the conclusion is exactly what you said, which is you cannot make hard rules about people on small sample sizes.
Yeah. And it's very hard to learn, and it's very hard to not do it as well, because, like, it's funny. It happened to me on 888 Live Barcelona. I was on day 2 of the high roller, and then a guy came 20 minutes late with a lot of chips. That is usually an indication that this player is going to be aggressive and kind of reckless, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then on the first orbit, this player had 3-bet 3 times. So the 3 hands that this player played in the first orbit was 3-betting. So I said, okay, so I have a lot of confirmations that this guy is going to be aggressive.
Yeah.
So there's next time I open the hijack with Jack 10 suited, and this player 3-bets from the small blind, and I'm saying, okay, I'm all in, you know? And of course he had aces and I busted. And maybe this guy just had hands a lot of times, something happened, and he got late to the tournament because of that. It doesn't mean that everything that I assumed about him was right. It could be, and I just had bad timing, but it's very hard for you to, just make quick adjustments, because you never get good enough sample on live. So you kind of have to work with what you have, but that doesn't mean it's going to work all the time.
It makes you work with what you have. You're right. It makes tournaments so difficult, I find, because you might have 50 hands on someone, and then have to make a big decision, and it's just 50 hands is just meaningless.
Exactly.
Hi to a few arrivals in chat. Welcome in Super Zero, Mia, Colin, ZepGG, Chris Stroman. Good to see you all. We're going to have a giveaway very, very shortly. So stick with us.
We're approaching 200 people watching, so I think people are waking up.
Yeah, they are. It's very early for a poker stream, and it's Saturday,
Yeah.
We have to cut them.
But I heard that in the UK, at least, Friday is not the day that people go out. It's Thursday, and I think it's becoming a new trend. Back in the day, Friday would be the day that people would, because they would just go out of their jobs and go wild,
Exactly.
And I heard that Thursday is the new Friday.
Yeah, that's exactly. Well, I can only speak for London because that's where I am, which is that people go into the office. A lot of people go into the office Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday now.
Okay.
And so you have exactly what you're saying. That Friday phenomenon happens after work on Thursday.
Because of home office.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got payouts information, if you guys would like it. We are going to pay 51 players here in Bucharest. We currently have 132 left. So quite a little way to go to the money. When they get to the money, they'll win €1,000 min cash. This is a 560 buy-in, so nearly double their money for a min cash. And there's going to be €37,000 for first.
I would take that.
You take 37?
Yeah.
It's quite a long way to go. West Wales had, first of all, I missed a message from them that I know they said they complimented you on your attempt to pronounce the Welsh place name. You did very well, apparently. And West Wales also says that they're doing the Stream On Challenge. The Stream On Challenge, which is 888's way of finding the newest member of our stream team. So check out West Wales Stream. And all of our other competitors. I mean, there's quite a few of them, but pick a few and have a look. And if you're remotely interested in becoming a poker personality or a poker streamer or someone in poker, this is a brilliant way for you to try your hand at it. The link's in chat right now to get details of the competition. 888 will be picking a new stream team member based on the people that enter. So it's a real shortcut to doing well in a poker career. So check it out. Harrington all in for, what are we at now? 2,500 is the big blind. So
8 big blinds.
Yeah. You calling with fives with 8 big blinds?
From the hijack is a bit uncomfortable because you still have 4 people left to act. So I would end up folding. I think that sevens would be my bottom here. Mm-hmm. And from the button, I would start calling fives.
Mihai agrees and folds. And he's going to get this through. West Wales says, it's hard streaming, I found. So hard to focus on multiple things, not as easy as it looks. Yeah, that's true. But bear in mind, if you've just started doing it for this contest, it'll take a little while for your brain to autopilot things. So, give yourself a few more reps, I think.
Yeah, it's like starting to play multiple tables, right? So when you start playing poker, one table is overwhelming, and then you end up adding a second table. And then when you see you're playing like 15 tables, we start to learn how to multitask, how to get some things more automatic, and it becomes easier.
I think it's time to give the people what they want, Alex. I think it's time to give away some tickets.
I thought they wanted good poker analysis and conversation. That's not what they want. They just want tickets.
Well, so they actually have many needs. They're quite demanding.
Okay.
But they definitely want both those things, I think. Although if you don't give them tickets for a little while, it's a bit like, your dog with treats. They get very antsy. Yeah.
Well, Dimitrios folded Jack-9 suited. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's fine.
A very, very tight fold in a table that's not being aggressive. Just that. You can keep going.
It is fascinating. I mean, as someone that's played a lot of cash in their life, it is fascinating to me how players, a decent percentage of players just play their game. So they just don't adjust to the table or the dynamic, or very little. It has to be such an obvious thing for them to make any kind of adjustment. Yeah. So they'll go, I play this hand from this position. That's what I do. We'll just watch this hand. Vivi's in the big blind. She flops a pair. It's not the best hand. Those of you wondering.
Now we have Vivi with the Brazilian flag, so she's going to start winning all the chips.
There you go. She's come home.
Yeah. Against the cutoff, she has to call at least one. With the second pair, she has a backdoor straight draw as well. Ace high boards, people just see bet 100% of the time, as they should, but she can be ahead here, and she has some good turns for her range. So yeah.
Now, I'm guessing Marius would be happy to get to showdown, but Marius is the player that bet ace-8 on the turn.
Yeah, I think he's gonna check back here.
Nope.
Big blind has the biggest amount of flushes available because big blind is gonna defend 100% of suited hands.
You haven't adjusted your
yeah.
commentary player in question.
Yeah, having tens here with a heart is very bad because basically he has what he wants her to fold, and I think it's very optimistic to bet twice against a hand that either folds, because like a 7x or worse is going to fold here. She's going to continue with ace-x and flushes. So earlier I thought...
It's one of those, I like to use the phrase, it's a bet that makes your opponent play correctly.
Exactly. So earlier really... I thought that he may just like basically like a good bluff on the river with ace-8 suited, but now I just think that he is just super aggressive and is one of those players that just keep betting, which is very hard to play against. It's much harder to play against someone that's super aggressive than someone that's super passive.
Absolutely true. Okay, let's do a giveaway. We're going to give away 2 tickets in a What Does Alex Think?
Nice.
Festival of guesswork. So here's how this is going to work. If you're new to the stream or you haven't played this before, it's very, very easy to jump in. Very silly competition, very unfair, unless you happen to win. You're going to try and guess what Alex is going to tell me is the answer to the question I set for him. So you're not trying to look on Google. You're just trying to crawl inside Cavalito's brain and find the answer. Okay?
Yes.
Everyone with this? You can only guess once per player. Only one guess per play. Just type the number of your guess into chat. Lime Ricky runs the contest. She runs the chat with an iron fist. What she says goes. And 2 players, the 2 closest answers to Alex's answer, will win. Alex, you're going to just type your answer into chat, obviously. Yeah? Have you been working on your answers in preparation for the stream?
I have not.
Okay.
I don't know what the question is going to be.
No, neither do I. I'm just thinking of one. All right, let's keep it simple. So round numbers only, chat. I'm giving Lime permission to disqualify you if you put an awkward number because she's got to figure out the winners. So it's got to end in a 0. So, Alex, you are commentating from Brazil. Where in Brazil?
Curitiba.
Curitiba. And let's give people a little bit of help. Which part of Brazil is that in? Because Brazil is obviously very big.
South
of Brazil. So, Alex is commentating the south of Brazil. So, Alex, how many miles are you in a round number, please, chat? How many miles are you from this from the 888 poker room in Bucharest? Alex is going to give his best answer. He's not going to look it up on Google. Are you, Alex?
No.
He's going to give his best answer. Round numbers only. And the second guess is not a round number. I can't make it any clearer for you people. Ends in a 0. Ends in a 0. Right. Because you're not listening, the winner cannot not end in a 0. I've made a rule. Because Lime's got to go through these answers. You're still putting answers that end in a 0. You can't win.
By the way, I think that our James Bond is going to double up. Looking good for him.
Thanks, Cavalito. I was too busy shouting at chat. He is going to double up. He's very short, so he needed this. I mean, if he does not get stopped in the street when he's wearing those sunglasses and stop typing in answers that don't end in a 0, it must end in a 0. In miles, 0. This basically shows you who's written a bot script. Who's written a bot script that just averages the...
Just a completely random thing that I thought about. These chairs in the 888 poker room look very comfortable.
Yeah, they're like proper office chairs.
Yeah. Someone is having fun over there. Sounds like.
I've got a collection of children on the way back from a party, a children's party outside my window.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looks like they're having fun. Happy for them.
Well, one of them's just shouting. I don't know if that qualifies as fun. Sorry if you've got that on the mic. Yes, Colin, it is a bit tragic that people haven't cottoned on to the fact that it needs to end in a 0. But then again, we've established that those people will not be winning the contest. So, yes, it's in miles, BC Cesar. How many miles does Alex think he is away from the poker room we're watching now in Bucharest? I have absolutely no idea as to the actual geographical answer, by the way, because I know nothing about. I'm terrible at distances and stuff like that. We'll find out how good Alex is in a second. Get your answers in. You're watching day 2 coverage of the live 888 live main event from Bucharest. We've got about 100 and just under 130 players left. That's Vivian Saliba, the 888 ambassador. She's got the button.
Do you use miles in the UK?
Yes.
Wow. I thought it was pretty much only in the US. Here in Brazil, we use kilometers, and most places I've been to, you also use kilometers.
Yeah, it's so random what we use. We were a complete mishmash of different things. We are, honestly. Sometimes we're metric systems, sometimes we're not. But distances, we use miles. Did Harrington call 6-4 in a small blind with... That's very ambitious with that stack, with any stack.
Yeah. He's there to play.
Yes. We appreciate that.
Just in his defense, that's the hand that James Bond made the straight flush in the movie.
Oh my God, you're absolutely right. That's so funny. That's so funny. Perhaps that's why he plays it.
Yeah.
So now we get the squeeze. So you talked about the butterfly effect earlier. This is a complete butterfly effect, right? Like,
yes,
Harrington mostly should be folding 6 high. Probably Demetrius doesn't 3-bet Queen 10.
Yeah, Demetrius would just call Queen 10, and now Vivi's gonna fold the best hand.
Yeah. And that's what I meant by being hidden quite a lot, because Vivi has no idea that's what just happened. Obviously, it's a small pot, but that sort of stuff is happening all the time.
Yeah. Poker tournaments are super affected by a lot of random factors. Like maybe if you just register a tournament and you register 5 minutes later, you would have a different seat and you would win the tournament because of card distribution and whatever happens. You know, it's just so much. When people talk about variance, they just say, "Oh, I'm losing best hand versus worst hand." No, variance is so much; it's insane.
It's a great point. It's very, very true. Once on day 2 of the main event, my taxi got struck in traffic in Vegas, and I was going to be late for the start. And it pulled up, and there's like about 4 minutes to go. So I ran through the Rio, found my table, ran to my table, and literally sat down just as the cards were dealt. And I was dealt pocket kings.
Yeah.
True story. I got a full double up, and I thought, this is destiny, right? This is variance. Like, I could have easily just, if I'd been 3 seconds later, I would have missed pocket kings, and I wouldn't have doubled up. And I bust 2.5 hours later. Anyway, wasn't destiny, Alex. It was just pocket kings. You're sad, aren't you? That's you. You're holding tears in, wasn't it?
No, I'm just sending some information to the mods.
That seems fair. Bosca says Vivi is in a bad place. Well, Vivi has really had bad timing and bad spots, in fact. I don't think she's done a single thing wrong in the stream, but I also don't think she's really won a pot. So as for her being in a bad place, she is very used to the ups and downs.
Yeah.
I think she's still got 30 big blinds, something like that.
Yeah, that's plenty in tournaments.
She might be a
The
bit
deepest, it's funny because the deepest run I've ever had in the main event of the World Series of Poker, every single day I got down to 20 big blinds and just kept
really?
grinding. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really instructive. We've got a action flop at last. Mihai leading with the top pair.
Yeah, this is looking like a thing here.
Leading when you hit a pair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting turn.
Yeah, Donut's going to raise to... What's he going to raise to? 18,000. So not a big bet to call here for Mihai. Quite hard to work out what this opponent's raising range is because he's been quite passive post-flop so far. Like, does he raise withdrawals ever? I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, Mihai still has top pair and a gut shot, right? So
Yeah. Yeah,
probably
he's never
not going anywhere.
No. So now how are you thinking about this decision here? I mean, assuming that Danet bets, I mean, he might not bet. People do weird things, but assuming he does bet, how are you thinking about this decision with top pair, Alex?
Sorry, I didn't get the question exactly.
If you're in Mihai's seat with top pair, assuming that Danet's going to bet here, how do you think about this decision with top pair 8 kicker?
I think that just because we have the extra equity, I think we have to continue. And then on the river, it's kind of like the hands that raise that small on the turn are usually hands that want to show down, right? Or super strong hands. So when clubs miss here, the draws miss in general, I think that it kind of leaves in position with very strong hands in the range, especially because a hand that would like to show down is pocket tens or jack 10, and both hands got there.
Nice win for Denote. Pedro says ice cream gets all an ice cream, Nick. Yeah, he's just driven by. I think he's doing a lot of business today. It's like grey and about 11 degrees Celsius in London. Yeah. It's not ice cream weather, although every day is ice cream day. In fairness, we've got winners. Cavalito, Alex, I asked you, how many miles away are you from the poker room in Bucharest in your commentary station in Brazil?
Yes.
What did you answer? How did you figure it?
I said 7,200 miles.
How confident are you that that's even remotely close to the real answer?
I think it's probably pretty close, actually, because, I think that I've been to, in the past, I saw the distance from my place to European places, and it was something around that.
I've got very good news for you. You've got the answer exactly right. That is exactly what you think the distance is from where you are to Bucharest.
Yeah, I'm that good.
Yeah, that is good. If you guess something close to 7,200, you might have won a ticket. In reality, we've got two winners. Johnny Poker 1 guessed 7,000. Well done, Johnny Poker 1. Come down and collect your prize. And guessing 7,420 was Poker Pool. Poker Pool, you are our other winner. Congratulations, Poker Pool and Johnny Poker 1. Well done. EvFest says it's
Congrats
about
to the winners.
EvFest says it's about 6,500 according to ChatGPT. So that just goes to show you that AI at the moment is very limited because it doesn't know. It doesn't know what Alex thinks the answer is. So there you go. It was out by 700 miles.
Not that bad.
Not that bad. Lots more giveaways to come. We've got 8 tickets left to give away this stream, including a $215 main event ticket. We've also got our free roll coming up in an hour and 20 minutes. I'll give you the password for that in a little bit. And we've got aces getting some action here.
Yeah. You love to see it.
It is. Lots of fun turn cards here. That's one of them. Not fun if you're Danute, obviously, but fun if you're watching a stream.
Yeah.
Check, check. Everything gets cagey.
Bond. James Bond.
I have anything with a 69 and go on.
I had to do it, right?
You had to do it, yeah. Oh, he's got shaky hands. You know why he's got shaky hands? Shaken, not stirred. Come on.
Because he has the coconuts.
Because it's the coconuts. He's shaken, not stirred. He does have the nuts. And this is not fun for Danute, who was very excited about his aces and now unexcited. That's the poker room, literally called the 888 poker room here in Bucharest. And I don't know the exact up-to-date player count, but we're under 130 players left in the main event. Day 2. We'll be here with you today watching the action. Nick Wealthall and Alex Montevandi. Just butchered your surname. Cavalito is here. We'll be here tomorrow as well with some of our 888 ambassadors on commentary as we play down to a champion. So we're very grateful to have your company. Lots of giveaways, lots of fun. And Daniel Craig stacking chips.
So who's going to be here tomorrow for the final table?
I think it depends who gets busted.
Oh, okay. It's someone that's there.
Yeah, it's either Ian or Vivi or Nick or a combination of all of them. But if they all make the final table, it'll just be me.
But it's going to be an amazing final table.
Yeah, it would be an amazing final table.
The only problem is if Nick makes it, he's kind of not going to have anything to whine about. So, yeah. If they all make it, especially, it's going to be hard for him to whine about something.
I mean, if he comes anywhere other than first, he will complain.
That's fair enough.
At any point.
Bond. With the open.
I said this yesterday, but the only time I think me and David have had an official complaint is when somebody complained, a man complained that we had said that David had said that he looked like a model.
Really?
And so it would be quite funny if somebody complained about being told they look like Daniel Craig.
Yeah. We had in Madrid, we had the Aquaman at the final table, right? You remember?
Yeah, I do remember. Yeah, he was amazing. He was amazing looking.
We are getting, on average, I think we're getting better looking poker players in general. In the past, everyone would be straight out of bed. Most of them wouldn't take a shower. And yeah, dark times. And now I think that people are dressing better, grooming themselves better. It's improving in this area.
Thank God.
Yeah.
There were some terrible examples of the opposite of that in poker.
Yeah.
So, let me just ask you a mental game question. Say you're in Vivian Saliba's spot and you've come into day 2, you've got plenty of chips, and then you've had a couple of hours of poker where you've lost 4 or 5 pots. Every time you have a hand, they have a better hand. You've had to fold, all of this kind of stuff, and maybe you've lost half your chip stack. How do you stay, not only stay calm, but also stay on the front foot and keep that sort of the right mentality?
Yeah. I think that every spot is unique, every hand is unique. You just have to keep playing. I know it's a boring answer, but as a professional, you have to learn how to deal with this because it's the nature of the game. Sometimes you're gonna sun run. It's not as often that it happens, and you just make the most of it. Sometimes you're gonna be hitting the wrong side of the coolers and all that, and you just have to adjust yourself and try to not let that get to you or impact the quality of your decisions. But it's very hard.
Yeah, I think I agree with what you said. You do have to be able to do it.
Yeah.
If you do get down on yourself every time you lose a few pots, or have, especially live, because I think online, if you're multi-tabling, it's less often a problem because you're going to run bad on one table, run good on another table, win a pot, lose a pot, and so on. Whereas live, I think it is more of a challenge because you can so easily go 2 or 3 hours with nothing good happening.
Yeah, I agree. And now, for example, she had ace king suited, and then when you're playing, you're like, yeah, I have a very strong hand now. I'm gonna win some chips, and then she raises, everyone folds.
Yeah, yeah, of course. Ace 10 offsuit, she'll get 4 callers. Watch this.
And a squeeze.
Yeah. We hope not. We'd love to see Vivi run deep.
Yeah.
So 2 of them with the same hand. Nothing else going on. Three ways to the flop. Look at flop cam in all its glory. We cut away at the vital moment. Oh no, here we go.
Yeah. Whoever bets takes it.
It's a good board for the pre-flop raiser, isn't it? You're allowed to continuation bet in 2024.
You are. It's a bit harder when you get called by middle position because the queen hits their ranges so hard.
Vivi's going to bet.
Yeah.
She can be pretty comfortable. She has the best hand.
She could still be up against ace jack, but when you're out of position, you have to value bet a bit wider. So she has to bet twice here, unless the spade comes. Yeah.
Yeah, not the most exciting hand of all time. Let's give people the free roll password. It starts in an hour and a bit. Some people are already in there, and it's not the hardest password to guess. The password to the free roll is Bucharest. Bucharest, Bucharest. We'll get you in the free roll. It's the 888 Poker TV Special Bucharest Live Free Roll. the longest titled tournament in free roll history. The 888 Poker TV Special Bucharest Live Free Roll. Get involved. There's $500 in there for you to win. Boxwaxer finished 7th yesterday, so that's what you're trying to beat to be our Bucharest Free Roll champion. These two players will get the news that they are chopping up the blind and ante money.
You ever been to Bucharest?
I have.
Yeah.
I went to Bucharest in a student exchange program when I was 10. And then I went to Bucharest to do poker tournament work 3 or 4 times since. So I know what it's like when you're 10 and you go there, and I know what it's like when you go there and you're a poker commentator, and that's it.
You speak any Romanian since you were there when you were a kid?
No.
No?
No, I probably did. I probably learned some words when I was 10, but no idea now. The most exciting thing was that there was a black market for currency exchange. And so, I was allowed to do that. That was the most exciting thing I did.
Okay.
Change my money on the black market. Have you been?
No. Unfortunately, I wanted to go, but it's really far from home. And
7,000
I was
miles.
in Madrid. Yeah, I was in Madrid already, so I'm skipping this one, but I'm gonna be going to London.
Are you going to Barcelona? No, London.
Yeah, Barcelona and London. Yeah, so I'm going
cool.
to the next ones. Yeah.
Excellent.
And then, in London, I'm just gonna eat as most Indian food as I can because I love it, and we don't have good places in my city.
It's so good, right? It is so good. And it's basically become our national cuisine, even though it's not our national cuisine. Like, British people love it.
Everyone I talk to that I say I'm going to London, they say, "Oh, you should try Indian food." And we're gonna have an all-in and a call here now.
Yeah, short stack for Mihai. He finally gets a hand. Oh, and a decision for 10s here. 60, let's have a look at the stack, 65.5. So there's a raise and a, what is it? A 7 big blind shove in front?
10s should probably, versus under a gun is annoying, but 10 should probably go with it.
And he has. And are we going to get 3-way all in? That's the question.
You love to have ace king here. Who do you think is going to win this one?
I think the Jacks. Yeah. Jacks always win. Easiest hand to play in Hold'em. You?
Ace king.
Boom. Deal with it.
I'm in Jacks.
It's not over till it's over, but we could see a double elimination here.
Yeah.
We will.
For entertainment value,
four. Guttable.
But for entertainment value, the 10 should be the best turn, just so everyone has the possibility,
You're
no
right.
10s are dead. Yeah.
No 4s, and not a 10 wouldn't have mattered. And Dimitrios is going to triple up, knocking out Mihai and Philippe. So a bit of action. Let's see if we can get some bigger stacks to our feature table. Let's see who comes in.
But you are right. Jacks always wins. I should have guessed that. I just want it to be different.
For the sweat.
Yeah. Wow, seventh and eighth. So we are at the final table and no one told us.
Yeah. Let's play some six-handed poker. Vivian looks bored.
When you play cash, you play Hold'em or you play PLO or something different?
PLO I like these days. Hold'em is just Hold'em cash. Well, live is fine. Hold'em cash online is insanely tough.
Yeah.
Compared to back in the day. And also, it's not. I don't get to play very much these days, and PLO's just more fun.
Idan walking around. What a man. We saw him in a bit earlier, and I didn't say anything.
The governor.
I'm a big fan.
The 888 poker governor.
Big fan.
He's a great guy. And he's the man we go to for more tickets, so everyone in chat has to be nice to him. Marius raises, and it will just call with the tens. And that's what we were talking about earlier. This player 3-bet King 10 offsuit, but is flatting with tens. So I'm not saying anything specific about Danut, just using him as an example that players are unpredictable in exactly what they decide to do when. Harrison checks. Maris is the pre-flop raiser. I don't know what he's asking. Sorry, Alexandra is asking a question. Maris decides to check. Is going to bet here. That will probably end it. Dennis Shaw says, "Where's Ian Simpson?" I don't know where he is. He's probably playing the tournament, but in terms of exactly where, we haven't seen him on our footage. But and I don't know actually. Maybe somebody can find it out. I don't know what chips he ended with yesterday. I think this hand is going to be over, but I'm not certain. Maris has made a couple of surprising decisions today. It still hasn't folded, but he does fold, as expected. Danut has taken one down to make up for the aces getting cracked a little bit ago.
So let's say hello to YouTube, right? We have some people there. We have Mihai. I'm not sure if that's the same Mihai that was playing, but hello. Some people also said the distance. And yeah, that's it.
So we are short-handed at our feature table. I'm sure we'll get some players in a second, but
that's good for Vivi, by the way.
Yeah, should be. She should be most used to 6 max.
And I think that with big blind ante, people have a very hard time adjusting their ranges when tables get short-handed, because then the ante becomes so much money that you have to play much wider. And I don't think people adjust accordingly.
Yeah, Vivi's getting trash in spots where she'd like to not get trash. Like that spot where she's got the button and then it's opened would be, you know, a spot she'd want to play, but 10-6 offsuit is not going to get it done.
our hero is thinking about it?
Because James Bond likes 6'9", I
Or
presume.
or he's stalling a bit in order to have 8 people at the table. Some people
Oh
do that.
yeah, I forget. Live players do that, don't they? That's
Yeah.
exactly what he was doing. They hate it, like their brains implode
Yeah.
when it's short-handed. We do have a player, and we'll probably get another one as well.
I think Mihai that we have on YouTube is the same that was at the feature table.
Oh, okay. Hi, Mihai. Thanks for entertaining us. Be interested to get a player count. I wonder how fast we're losing players. Last we knew was about an hour ago. We had 132 left in our main event. We'll be with you for most of today's play, and we're paying 51, so we'll probably see the money bubble at some point. And then tomorrow, we're going to play down to a winner. So we will have the final table for you tomorrow, going live in the afternoon. Follow the channel, turn on your notifications. You'll never miss an amazing free poker stream. Nick Eastwood looks very short-stacked. Alex.
What, sorry?
Nick Eastwood looks very short-stacked. It looks bad.
Oh, yeah. Maybe those are all 5K chips. Then he's not that short. Nah, he's short. I'm trying to be optimistic because when you're talking about someone like Easty, you have to try to be extra optimistic.
Yeah, so you got to balance out his innate negativity.
Yeah. He's so fun, though. So much fun.
Yeah, he is, and a great streamer as well.
Very entertaining. That's
Very
for sure.
entertaining. A lot of passion for poker, which is what we want.
The guy on YouTube is asking if I have a poker vlog they can follow. Sadly not, and if I would, it would probably be in Portuguese. Besides when I'm on 888 live events in Vegas, most of the content I produce is in Portuguese. I'm more focused on the Brazilian poker community. But yeah, maybe that's an idea that I could pursue in the near future.
I mean, people absolutely love vlogs. As we know. I mean, there's like obviously some very big channels that vlog their sessions and so on. Although I can't watch Brad Owen's YouTube channel because of how he bends the cards.
Oh, yeah.
He picks up the cards with the end with his thumb and bends them upwards so the camera can see them, and it like really tilts me because I'm like, don't bend the cards, man. Get out.
Yeah.
Get out of my home game. You're bending my cards.
That kind of tilts me as well. I'm not much of a vlog guy. I don't think I could produce them, to be honest. Just because
It's a lot of
when
work.
I'm playing... No, it's not only because it's a lot of work, but when I'm playing a live tournament, for example, I want to A, be focused, and B, be engaging to other people in conversations and whatnot. And I think that when you are focused on producing content, you kind of miss that. You're gonna be either not producing quality content in order to be super focused on playing and talking to other people, or you're gonna be playing well and focusing on other people, but then your content is not gonna be as good. That's my opinion. I could be wrong on that.
I think it must be very difficult. I've never tried to do it, but I would think it's very difficult to focus fully and also, make sure you're making good videos and capturing the hands and so on. I agree. So for those that were asking, Dennis Shaw was asking, probably others are interested. Ian Simpson is still in day 2. The last we heard, he's got 124k in chips. We've got a player count, top right, very tiny graphic. Can we?
Yeah, that's very tiny.
Can we?
I need to go to the eye doctor.
Enlarge that, yeah. It's a real tester. 126 players remain according to that. I reckon it's a bit lower than that, but yeah, that's more or less where we're at, and we're paying 51. So we've got a long way to go to the money. A lot of poker to be played. They may well be playing late tonight.
Yeah. What's the starting stack on this? Do you know? It's 50k?
50, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that when the big blind gets to 5k, which is going to be a bit over 2 hours from now, it just becomes short because the starting stack is 10 big blinds. So there's just going to be a lot of people that are super short at that point. So until then, I think that the game is not going to be that fast, but we're going to see some action today for sure.
Oh, yeah, no question. No question, we'll see fast period of this tournament.
And hopefully we have a big stack bully coming to the TV table.
Alexandru seems to be taking a very long time over this decision. I don't know why.
Yeah. But I mean, some people like to sell that they have a tough decision or something like that, just to not get check raised in the future. There are those things.
Jadveri, the final is tomorrow, so the final table will be tomorrow afternoon and evening, and you can watch it here.
And someone's gonna leave Bucharest 37,000 richer.
Yeah, 37,000 euros for a 560 euro buy-in. Pretty sweet.
Yeah.
So what are your plans, Alex? You're in Brazil until Barcelona, or do you have other trips?
Yeah, I'm in Brazil until Barcelona. I traveled a lot from December to February, and I love my routine, man. So I'm just focusing on going to the gym, working on my game, playing a lot, winning the Mystery Bounty Series main event. I'm just focusing on those things. The things I can control.
That's right. Winning first in a 300k main event. Part of a routine. It's a good one.
Yeah. What about you? Are you going to Barcelona or just London?
Yeah, I'm going to Barcelona. Tuck and I will be commentating in Barcelona.
Barcelona is kind of those places you don't want to miss, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you have to pick one stop per year, it's probably going to be Barcelona.
Yeah, for me, for sure. It's a great town, of course. And that goes for all of you watching. We will, as we always do, run lots of satellites. So when you're away to Barcelona, make sure you see us there in May, then London in August and Coventry in October. There are big live stops. But also, if you're in the UK or you're visiting the UK Poker League is a series of exciting live events with more affordable buy-ins. We're in Manchester in April, Leeds at the end of August, London in September, and Coventry in October. We've got a 3-bet from the big blind with ace-6 of an under-the-gun raise. This is not a play you see every orbit.
That's definitely not, but it's becoming a bit more popular. I think that it's slightly misapplied. It would be a better play closer to the bubble. But I mean, you have to defend every ace-x, big blind versus any position, right? And some of them play so poorly as a flat that you could elect to 3-bet them once in a while. So I don't mind the play. Because, for example, from ace deuce to ace 5, you can make a straight. And then from ace 8 or higher, you kind of can win at a showdown if you hit an ace and money goes in. Ace 6 and ace 7 are really the worst ace-x out there. So if you 3-bet bluff them every now and again, you're going to be fine. The raise is not something I would do personally. Like, if your opponent is bluffing, they're going to fold every bluff they have. And if they have, say, ace-jack, for example, with the stack to pot ratio we have, we're probably going to stack ace-jack regardless. Our opponent has aces, kings, and ace-king. We have none of them in our range. So
yeah,
and we also have the ace of diamonds, which is protected against flush draws. So I really don't like this raise here.
So I agree with all of that, and also to underline it as well is that marriage doesn't have tons of chips behind. So it's not like you have to worry about getting the money in or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, he does call.
This can stop, like, this can stop Marius from losing more chips.
Right, because now he
The
beats.
snap all in as well.
I mean, Maris is thinking desperately, trying to find a hand that he can beat.
Yeah. It's very hard to fold top pair, but if there's any moment you want to do it, is on this board versus this action.
I'm surprised he's thinking this hard. If I'm honest, I mean, I know he doesn't want to get bluffed, but it's not like I don't think. I might be misremembering, but I don't think Danute's been making many moves either.
No,
and I don't even
he's
know
not.
what bluffs does he have there.
Yeah, but they probably play together, right? They're both from Romania.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's possible.
Maybe there's some history that we don't know about.
Very good point.
Yeah, I think that the way the hand was played, there's a nice rule for yourself. Like, if you don't know what you would bluff in opponent's shoes, you should probably fold your bluff catchers. I think that's a good rule.
Yeah, that is a good rule. Zildremo, I've heard that drinking with poker is frowned upon. It's not like we pour alcohol down other people's throats. I mean, I don't know if it's frowned upon. It's probably seen as quite a bad idea if you want to do well, but I think you'll be at some tables where it's actively encouraged, I think.
Also, I think that let's say you're a professional. That's like drinking on the job. of course it's going to be
Right.
frowned upon. You are not giving yourself your best opportunities to perform, right? And that's your job. But I mean, if you are a recreational, if you're just having fun, if you don't, if poker is not your main source of income, just do whatever makes sense to you. Do
Now,
whatever
what do
you
you
want
think?
to do.
What do you think about the theory that the average poker player is at their best after exactly 1.5 alcoholic drinks?
I have never heard about that.
I might have invented it, but the average the average poker player doesn't back their reads enough and underbluffs. And after just a small amount of alcohol, you can correct those two problems. Once you have more alcohol than that, obviously your judgment is potentially significantly impaired. But there's a sweet spot where average poker players become better than average. That's my working hypothesis. I invite you all to test it and report back. I notice you're not actively disagreeing, Alex.
Nah, it's just like I'm actually I have a person in my family that had a problem with alcohol, so I don't like to make a lot of jokes on the topic as other people.
We'll move on. I apologize.
No, no problem. I mean, you couldn't know, and it's fine. It was a nice joke, but I just don't want to agree with that. You know. Yeah.
You can recuse yourself from my childish humor. It's Il Dremo's fault. He brought it up.
Yeah, yeah.
Set for Alexandru.
One thing I like doing this as the mid player, he just went for the quick call, and I think that's amazing. I don't think you should have a lot of raises as the player in the middle, in general, because if you raise your strong hands, then whenever you call, the other player should put a lot of pressure on you. So I think it's good to defend your calling range there. But also when you have a hand that is this strong and this disguise, you just want, and you have position, you just want people to keep putting money in the middle for you.
Right.
Like if you're out of position, sure, you can do more raising, but in position here, I just call and let them blast off. And also they can improve. Like, for example, here when we have deuces, like if we put a raise, our opponent is gonna fold. Let's say they have ace 8, right? It's a very hard hand to continue. If they have a hand like 6-7 or ace 6, they kind of want to just bet here and check the river for the most part, right? So you want a Broadway card to hit or an ace to hit, and that way you can make more money. And when you raise here, you get those hands that would put a lot of money in. If they hit, just fold.
Yeah, and Dimitri's had one of those hands. I should point out Zildromo also a joke.
What is
You are
also
in no
joke?
way banned. In fact, you're encouraged. We've got plenty of tickets to give away, by the way. Those of you that are desperate for ticket giveaways, we've got another 7 or 8 to give away, plus a $215 ticket. And we've also got a free roll starting in 40 minutes. 40 minutes for the free roll. The password is Bucharest. Bucharest.
Oh, I love the free rolls, man. I remember in the beginning of my career.
Are you going to play in our free roll?
Not this one because I'm streaming and I'm not on my office, so
That's fair.
it makes it harder. But the home game Tuesdays are quite fun. It's nice to bluff chat and show them.
Do they fold in the free roll to you?
Yes.
Wow.
But my strategy is not trying to make anyone fold a very strong hand. I have a very good weak hand raider when they just bet one big blind on the river, and then I have to do it. I can't
Can't let
hold
them
myself.
away. Can't let them
Yeah.
away with that sort of thing.
By the way, I just gave them a very strong tip. If they play a free roll, I'm in. That if they do that with a strong hand on the river, they're gonna get me.
Yeah. So new player at the table, Itai from Israel with the Israeli flag. First time we've seen them play.
Yeah. Already aggressive, which can be fun for this table because this table is being somewhat conservative. I mean, we saw one and other three bets here and there. A lot of people just call with nines here, and I think three betting is good. Nines are way ahead of cutoff's opening range, and it's a hand that you want to play a smaller stack to pot ratio in general.
Yeah, I think an awful lot of, especially live players, just flat call there.
Apparently, 888 has new chips, and I really wanted to see them closer. But yeah, I'll have to wait until Barcelona.
Oh, we do? No one told me.
Yeah.
Are they like nice chips?
They're the ones being used there. I'm not sure if it's for this particular tournament or it's because
okay.
it's 888 Poker Room, so that's the chip they use there, but it is a different set from the one I'm used to.
I have clay chips at home that I have on my desk that I riffle while I work. And
Oh, really?
they're lovely. And you can't get clay chips anymore.
A lot of people have that. They just like shuffling cards when they play online, shuffling chips when playing online.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or just working at meetings and stuff. And it's funny because sometimes people don't mute their mic and you feel like you're in a poker room.
Yeah. Alabaster clay chips still exist. I'm just saying nobody really has them or uses them so much anymore, but I think they're cool. Yeah, I've had a stack of chips on my desk for years and years. It's like a nervous tick now. We've got aces. Other new player, Gonzalez, Spanish player, first hand they've played.
That's a good hand to play if you want to play a hand.
Yeah, it's nice to come to a new table and get all the aces.
When people have no information on you whatsoever.
Right.
VV still keeps getting very strong hands, as you can see.
Harrington will call. Looking for a 7. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Yeah.
It's the jackpot hand.
That's going to be painful. And Gonzalez is going to have so much chips after this.
I mean, that's particularly that's one of the more horrible things in Hold'em when you actually flop a set and you're losing.
Yeah. I mean, you just can't get away from that. You're going to bust every time.
Yeah.
Unless like someone tries to like slow play a lot and then the board comes, for example, 8 turn, 9 river or diamond, like those are the ways you can get away from that. But what usually happens is a lot of money goes in and you're dead.
Yeah.
Especially when you, snap jam.
Oh, I can't believe it. It's like that bit in the film where he was whacked in the gentleman's area with the thing Do you remember
Yeah.
the torture scene?
Yes.
It's like that. It's like the torture scene in Casino Royale, not like the straight flush scene in Casino Royale, unless the 7 binks.
That would be it's 007, right? So
Yeah, could happen. Oh my goodness! You can't believe it.
he didn't even see it, or did he?
Oh, he saw it. He's blowing kisses to the crowd. Ace on the river for the ultimate run out. Ace on the river? No.
Let's see how good Gonzalez's mindset is.
Right, that is tilting as anything, right?
Yeah. He's so happy. Oh, this game is amazing.
It's just so funny that we're calling him Daniel Craig all day, and then 007 finds the hidden 7.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And I hope Vivi gets
classic Bond scene, says Poker Pool. Absolutely right.
I hope that Vivi gets a hand soon, or someone gives her a coffee, because she's looking a bit sleepy over there.
Yeah, like everybody else is freaking out. It's like quads over a set, and Vivi's like, "Can we have the next hand, please?" Because I'm trying to win some chips here, for Christ's sake.
We have a stacked TV table. That is fun. Now I think the game's gonna get more aggressive. Wow, the 7 was unreal.
Crazy, right?
And then one thing that's more unreal is that no one in the chat came and said, "Oh, this happens to me every time," because the people in the chat are the most unlucky people you're ever going to meet in your life, right?
We finally found a situation nobody's actually had.
Yeah.
He was literally blowing kisses to the crowd, and who can blame him? We'll do well to have a more ridiculous hand than that on this stream. And yeah, spare thought for Gonzalez in seat 4. He's got plenty of chips, but as you said, Alex, it doesn't make it any less easy to swallow that one.
Yeah. I wonder if he heard someone told him already that we're calling him 007.
Hope he finds it flattering. So we're playing 1500, 3000, and we've got some deep stacks. We've got 3 players over 200,000. So there's a lot of chips at this table now. So Gonzalez opens the 3s. Does he open the 3s? He does open the 3s, and Alexandru 3 bets. And Gonzalez has called.
Easy check fold for 3s.
Easy check fold unless you're on tilt watch. No, he's not tilting. Look, calm as you like.
He is annoyed, though. You can see it.
Yeah, he is. Like, how can you not be annoyed? You set over set for 200,000 chips.
But to be honest, some piece of advice is that, let's say that happens to you when you're playing live. If you're still like thinking too much about the hand or just still in pain, it's probably best if you step away from the table for like a couple hands, just like have a coffee, go to the restroom, something, and then come back instead of playing a very suboptimal game. Because if you feel that you have to play more hands or do more things to get back what you lost, you're probably gonna lose the rest. I've seen it happen
Absolutely right.
so many times.
Yeah. Yeah, you mentioned it before. You've just got to be in the moment all the time in tournaments, haven't you? You've got to be, every hand is a new event. What's my stack currently? Doesn't matter what it was. Doesn't matter what just happened, because the chips don't know. The cards don't know.
And you can change it fast, right? Wow, he's considering opening the Jack 5 off. Or again, he just decided that he wanted to tank before folding for some reason. You can never predict why people do what they do at a poker table. It's very hard. That's why I am a bit more conservative with adjustments these days. I would be very, very eager to adjust against everyone and be flexible and be aggressive with my assumptions. But now, with some experience, I've learned that it's probably not the best idea.
Okay, in honor of that big hand and of the victory of our Daniel Craig lookalike, let's do a keyword. Let's give away a ticket. Super easy to play. You just need to type in the word that everybody else is typing in, which I'll tell you in a second. That's it. You only need to do it once and you're entered into the draw. Somebody's going to win a $33 satellite ticket into the huge event that's going on right now on 888 Poker, the 300k mystery bounty final event. All you need to do is type in the keyword. Lime, are we ready with the keyword? We are ready. In honor of the man himself, the keyword is James Bond. James Bond, written as one word. James Bond. 007, the man that found the 7, the only 7 left in the deck. JAMESBOND. James Bond. Good luck.
Yeah. They're asking, couldn't you have just made it 007? That would be easier.
No, because last time I did numbers, everyone. No, because I did a number last time. It was anarchy.
We have Vivi 3-betting again. And she's probably going to get jammed on again.
Yeah, it's been a really annoying session of poker for Vivi, hasn't it? Because I don't think we've seen her make a mistake at all.
Yeah, and yet she's just getting very bad timing. Yeah.
Yeah, like there's nothing wrong with this 3-bet. It's just timing is a thing in poker.
I would size slightly smaller. That's the only thing I would do different. But I think for the most part, it's a good play. You have to do it with the low suited aces are amazing 3-bets. And again, she got unlucky.
Yeah. stocks for Vivi, down to 69k, which is 23 big blinds. Not critical yet. Let's run this giveaway. Somebody is going to, in honor of James Bond, find their own 7 in a haystack. And that person is, it's you, Gaz Ganger. Gaz from London. I know that from earlier. Chatted during the stream. Congrats, Gaz. You have won a $33 ticket. Well played, well played. We've still got 6 of these bad boys to give away, plus another one. So it's 7, Nick. 6 plus a main event ticket. $33 tickets for the satellite to play the big 300k Mystery Bounty main event happening on 888 Poker this weekend, and a $215 ticket, which we'll give away later, which is a direct entry into that event. Cavalito is the chip leader so far in that event, and Alex has told us he's winning it. But second place is very valuable, and there's a 30k Mystery Bounty.
I haven't looked at the lobby in the past few days, so maybe someone has more chips than me, but the day I made it through, I was the chip leader.
It's quite exciting, though. I mean, I know that you play a lot of tournaments, but it's quite exciting to be in that spot.
Yeah. I mean, I do have a huge stack in a tournament that you have to bust other people, so that is nice. And it's just Vivi folded king 6 suited now. That should be an open. But that also happens to us. I mean, when you start trying to make plays and they don't work, you kind of lose confidence. And then the hands that are a bit closer, we just avoid playing them altogether. And then our James Bond folded King Jack offsuit from the cutoff, which is a very, very tight fold. He played much weaker hands in worse situations. So maybe he's just still so excited about what happened before that he is not getting involved.
Yeah, he's maybe taking a moment.
Gonzalez can lose a lot of chips here because he decided to raise his hand from the small blind. And I mean, at least the C-bet is going in, because when you raise and the flop is ace high, you keep betting. And I can see some turns making him become creative. 3 or 4, Jack, Queen, King. So, yeah. I don't think it's a good pre-flop raise, by the way. I think you should just fold that hand. And if you think that the big blind is not aggressive enough, you can consider a limp. Oh, a 4. Yeah. The 4 is kind of the best. If you decided to open this hand and bet on the flop, this is probably the best turn for you to keep barreling. And then if the river is not a heart, you just barrel off.
Right.
Yeah. Someone in the chat said I'm currently 7th in chips on day 2.
Oh, wow, you slipped. Yeah. You've been playing bad the last day or something.
As the flights progress...
Good read by you, because Gonzalez has bet again here.
Thank you. As the flights progress, people get through with bigger stacks in general, because I think basically like the professionals, they start playing from the first flights, right? In a tournament that has multi-flights. So then they make it through to day 2. And then when you get closer to the last day ones, you're going to get people that are more on a gambling mood that want to make day 2 with a lot of chips to go for the bounties and all that.
I think that's probably quite an annoying card. I think it'd be more interesting to see if
Gonzalez... that's going to stop the action, I think.
Yeah, it'd be much more interesting to see if Gonzalez would follow through on his bluff on, say, I don't know, a 3 or something.
Yeah. I think Gonzalez is playing good aggressive poker. He just got super unlucky. But the way that he played this hand after he raised was perfect. And yeah, just unlucky. And I would love to see if the river is a brick, if he just has it in him to fire the third one. Because when the ace pairs the board, even some 8x that the villain might have are still probably calling a bet. So it's not a good idea to bluff. But I think the game is getting more dynamic and aggressive. I'm not sure if it's because of the stack distribution, if it's because it's getting closer to the bubble, or the players that move to the feature table, but I think the game is getting more dynamic. And please, Vivi, get a hand.
Right, I know.
It's funny because when you're playing there and you're card dead, I mean, it's annoying, but you're kind of used to that. But when you are watching someone that you know or you like and they're not getting hands, it's kind of, come on, get a hand already.
Yeah, and as we know, Vivi's a very expressive person and player, isn't she? And you can tell that she's frustrated. I mean, she came into day 2 with a big stack, and she's barely won a pot. I mean, I think the only pot she might have won in the last 2.5 hours is the ace king where nobody called. I'm not sure I can remember another one.
And then she had the ace 10 that chopped as well.
Oh yeah, she had a chop. Yeah, you're right. Happy days. There's a small pot so far. Aiden's going to take a stab at it.
Yeah.
I think we're a few minutes away from a break here in Bucharest. And I've heard a rumor we'll be watching a different table after the break, but let's see if that happens. Demetrius thinks about it, thinks differently. This is day 2. Sorry, I was going to do my thing. Go on, Alex.
No, I just have a question for you. Are you one of those super professional people that don't have a favorite hand and you ask, oh, what's your favorite poker hand? It's aces, or you have a favorite poker hand?
Oh, no, I like 69 because when I started playing poker, I was very young and childish, and since I've grown up, I'm still very childish.
Yeah.
So I find it very hard not to play 6-9 suited.
Okay. The big lick.
The big lick. Yeah. Apart from that, I'm pretty straightforward. I like aces; they're pretty good. You?
I like pocket eights and
Oh, you
10-9
do?
suited. Yeah. Actually, pocket eights was my favorite hand before I signed with 888, which is interesting.
Was it really?
Yeah, because it's the hand I won my first live tournament.
Oh, awesome! You were destined to be an ambassador for us. That's what it seems.
I love that these days that people defend the big blind so much that some people get annoyed when they have a hand that is too weak to defend from the big blind. Like back in the day, you would get Jack 3 offsuit on the big blind and said, "Okay, I just fold. It's Jack 3 offsuit." And now the guy looked at Jack 3 offsuit. Oh my God, Jack 3 offsuit is one of the hands I have to fold.
Chat press says Nick is super professional at being super unprofessional. Then I think we know that. We didn't learn that today, I don't think.
Maybe they're new in the stream.
Okay, I obviously have a very professional facade, but somehow they've seen through it. I don't know how. Good to see you all on the stream. Join us on Saturday for some poker. We don't get to do this every weekend, so we're very glad to have you, glad of your company. You're watching day 2 coverage of the 888 Poker Live from Bucharest. I think that's pretty obvious. Look at the big board behind the table. Nick and Cavalito in the booth bringing you this day 2 action. We've got 110 players. You can see in the very tiny graphic top right, 51 make the money. 51 make the money. So we're closing in on the money slowly.
We have ace king from our hero. This is looking like the break, yeah. People are staying up, not willing to play close hands.
Guys, thank you so much for being here up to now. Don't go anywhere. We've got lots of tickets to give away, including that $215 big boy. The free roll starts in about 13 minutes, so make sure you're signed up for that. And lots more action to come from Bucharest. We'll see this hand to the conclusion, and then we'll go on break. Should be about a 20-minute break, I think, something like that.
Și eu vă rog, Red Bull cu gheață.
Am să te rog, de fapt, dacă e masa televizorului nu poate să se bage niciun fel de brand, să o pui pe jos. Te rog să nu este văzut, da? Mersi mult. Red Bull cu gheață.
Da, multe gheață.
Multă gheață.
Și acolo la 0, te rog.
Ascultim ronda asta, side eventului, Big Shot, 330 de euro mai pentru 30.000 de pise, înregistrare târzie cu și entry până la sfârșitul nivelului 10. The side event, Big Shot, 330 euro for 30,000.
Welcome back to Bucharest. Hope you had a good break. This is day 2 of the 888 Poker Live from Bucharest in the 888 Poker Room in Bucharest. These are all just combinations of the words 888 Poker and Bucharest. You know where we are. We are playing some No Limit Hold'em, and we're playing down to the money, which is at 51 players. And we've got a table change. Those of you that were here before the break, that is Ian Simpson, British poker legend and 888 ambassador. You're going to see a bit of Ian in our lives. Got a little technical problem where the graphics look a bit crowded at the bottom of the screen, so we'll see if we can adjust that to how it was before, but just take a couple of minutes to get that sorted. Nick Wealthall with Alex Montavani, Cavallito in the booth. How are you, Alex?
I'm good.
Good.
I'm as happy as Ian's shirt.
Oh, wow. That's very happy.
Yeah. That is quite the turn card, even though Ian had a name change that I'm not aware of.
Yeah, the graphics are having a moment. They're having a mid-tournament moment. Let's assume the hands are right, but the player identities are obviously wrong. So we did just change tables, and those are pictures of two players that were at the last table. So we haven't updated clearly. These are some names of players that may or may not be at this table. I don't want to commit at this stage. I don't want to commit. Let's find out if they are at this table. That is definitely the rest of the poker tournament.
That is. I can confirm that.
There you go. We've got something we're sure about. That's nice.
And someone's having a massage. That's something I can also confirm.
Oh, well spotted. Nick Eastwood is still in. Far left of your screen for Nick Eastwood fans. This might be the deepest he's gone in an 888 main event.
Could be. Did he ever cash?
In a main event, I don't think so, but I'm sure his fans would tell us. He does have fans, Box Waxer, yes. Nick Eastwood definitely has fans. Very, very popular.
I'm a fan.
For a variety of reasons, but he definitely has fans. Yeah, Alex is a fan. I'm a fan. That's 2. I hope you're all in the free roll. The free roll's started, but you've still got time to jump in. Boxwaxer reminded me, because Boxwaxer finished 7th yesterday out of over 2,000 players. Let's see if you can do better. There's $500 for you to win in there. The price of entry is free, $3.99, the perfect price. And the password is Bucharest. Details in chat. The password is Bucharest. Have fun. So, Alex, what have you made of the play that you've watched so far today?
I mean, in the beginning of the day, it was very conservative, and then people started making some moves. I think that as the game approaches the bubble, we're going to see more aggressive plays in general. And yeah, stacks are going to get shallower, so this is where the games get really fun. So I think the cards are right. So I think that Ian is Henry, and Ian has aces. So I'm happy for Henryan with his aces.
I can see him as a Henry.
Yeah.
I think Alex, you're rustling something and it's really amplified over the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Just letting you know. So Andre, that may or may not be his right name, has nines, we think. Piano Cat says Henry is Ian's middle name, and I have absolutely no way to know whether you're joking or not. Literally none. He's been 3-bet here, which is pretty nice. Oh, it's Ian Henry Simpson. Oh, wow, this is horrendous. This is going to be a short stay on the feature table for Ian Henry Simpson. Absolutely gross.
I know the feeling, and it's not a nice feeling. Last time I was on the feature table, I hit a full house in my first hand I played, and I busted.
Yeah, that's right. That was really brutal. Ian has just called and just needs to hit an ace, that's all.
Let's go, Henry.
Ace ball. No,
that's safe as they come as well. Like, there's no way you're not going all in here.
Yeah, he's been horribly screwed by this run out. I feel really bad. We brought him to the feature table. We're going to see one hand. Well, this is the second hand. Awful stuff. I mean, not for Andre, obviously. He's loving life.
If that's his real name. You have to add the disclaimer. Yeah.
What if it's all their middle names? What? We just put the wrong field in from the entry form. I mean, Ian's thinking about this, but and we've lost graphics, but they haven't managed to get all their chips in yet. Just slightly surprising. Oh, they have. Did we deal a river? I have absolutely no idea what's going on. We did deal a river. They have got all in. Ian is leaving. The expected result, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
There we go. That's the run out. Sometimes there's nothing you can do in this game.
Yeah, this game can be brutal sometimes.
So Ian Simpson leaves us. He gave us a lot of entertainment yesterday, building up a big stack on this stream, but no such luck today. Bioska says, third time ace is cracked at this table, yeah. What other 888 ambassador can we bring to the live stream to get their chip stack destroyed? We've done 2. Definitely not our plan. So currently 7-handed, but we'll get another player. And we've got a whole new cast of players to get to know here.
To be honest, Vivi held on. She was getting very bad distribution.
She was, but she's still alive. She had just over 20 big blinds when she left us, so...
I think it's the chat jinx. That is real.
How does that work? If they like you in chat, or... How does it work?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, when I used to stream often, if someone in the chat says, "Yeah, don't worry, you're gonna become the chief leader soon," I would bust in 5 minutes. Which is the time that the delay takes to get to people. So it was probably like I would bust right away.
Right, it's like almost the next deal, basically.
Yeah.
Almost instant. So you'll forgive us while we get to know these players, and not least because there was some graphical confusion, but Ran, who is not in shot, because these are the two blinds. So Vasily obviously has the queens, and Ran has the big stack, and nobody wants to bet.
Well, Vasily didn't go all in pre with that stack, if that stack's correct.
He did not.
I think people try to get very tricky with strong hands when they're short, and I don't think that's a good idea in general.
You think just because they're desperate for the double up, they just want to do everything they can to get paid?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, he has 7 big blinds in his stack, right? If you jam with queens and you win the blinds and antes, you increase your stack in 30%. So I think that's a pretty sweet deal.
Yeah, absolutely true.
And also, I don't think that people understand that in poker, sometimes you'd rather have everyone to fold instead of running the board, unless you have aces or kings.
I'm sorry, guys. The graphics are having a fit, so I'm not actually sure what's happening. We've got to the river. That hand is over. Wait, he didn't. Did he fold the queens? How is? Wait.
No.
He folded the queens.
No.
He must have done.
No.
He must have done. Ran stacking chips. How does our coverage break at the point that guy folded queens?
I'm lost. I couldn't be more lost, I think.
No, same. But he
It's a new
definitely did.
experience.
Not for me. He definitely did not win the hand. That's bizarre. So the only other possibility is the graphics were wrong somehow. I don't know, but if he
Another
didn't
reason why you want to go all in, by the way. You think that people never bluff when you're that short, and then you get bluffed and left with 3 big blinds when you had queens?
I mean, if that was the situation, that was extraordinary, but. Yeah, bear weather skies. Everything's been working perfectly on the graphics front for a day and a half, and suddenly it's got tired. The graphics machine's got tired.
It's Saturday, to be honest, so...
Yeah, it's Saturday, yeah. It's not used to working.
I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some water.
Okay. I can fill you in on what's going on while Alex is away with the stream today. We're going to be watching Down to the Money on day 2 here, and then tomorrow we'll be back in the early afternoon for the final stages of this tournament. We'd love you to join us. Both days we've got lots of giveaways, lots of contests. I've got a free roll running right now that you've got about 15 minutes to jump into. It's the 888 Poker TV Special Bucharest Live Freeroll on the 888 client. You'll be able to find it easily because it's the longest tournament name in the history of the site. And the password is Bucharest. You can win your share of $500. We're playing for tickets on this stream for the main, the immediate satellite to the 300K Mystery Bounty main event. And we've also got one $215 ticket, which we'll be playing for later on to the Mystery main event. Apart from that, we've got some good poker, good time. Say hello in chat. Especially if you haven't done that already today. It is great to have so many of you with us, and we do appreciate it on a Saturday afternoon. Hope you're chilling out watching some poker. Jad, you're very right to say that, because that is the way that you win a ticket. You have to point out to the universe that you never win anything and you've never won a ticket. It's a bit like putting your coat on when you're all in the card room. Afternoon, Nettie, good to see you. Thanks, Zild. I'm glad you're loving the stream. Yeah, very sad to see Ian go so quickly. And I have been told from the outer tables that Vivi's also out. So horrible day for Vivian. Saliba, we know she'll be back. She's probably won a couple of side events already or something like that, knowing her. Nick Eastwood is still in. I don't know who had Nick Eastwood as the longest lasting 888 representative yesterday when we were playing that game, but there weren't too many of you. Go Easty indeed. So Vasil in the gilet, we think folded queens when they were winning in the last time, but we can't be absolutely certain because our graphics were all over the place at the time. Looks like they've got their mojo back here. And Reyes has the kings. And this one is going to play itself, although I shouldn't say that quickly, given the fold we saw before. Yes, first hand. Imagine he folds now. Oh, he did!
Hello? Can you hear me?
He did fold. What on earth? Yes, Alex, I can hear you. You okay?
Yes.
Welcome back.
I had to change my microphone.
Vasil did fold there for another 3.5K. I don't know what that was. That was like a VR feed. It's like we were strapped to the tournament director's face there. I don't know what that was. Yeah, I don't know what happened there with Vasil folding to that raise and leaving himself 3,500. I mean, it's pretty hard to get anywhere.
Would be nice if he wins it though.
It'll be amazing. I'm not quite sure how he's going to win it though, because he doesn't ever like to be all in. So. Lauren King says, does anyone think England will beat Brazil? Because I don't think they stand a chance. Lauren, it's a friendly, so I need to see the teams because both teams have got loads of players pulling out with either fake or real injuries. So I don't know the teams.
I think that England is a favorite for this match, and I saw somewhere that this is the first time that England has been a favorite against Brazil in any match ever.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I mean, England has an amazing group of players.
They always do, man. Like it was in 06, I think, that you had Gerrard, Lampard, John Terry, Ashley Cole. Like you had everyone.
Yep.
and you finished in the quarterfinals. I think that was the best ever English team.
Yeah, it was pretty serious. But like we could never find a way of playing or a formation, because back in the sort of early 2000s, the thing about English football was that it was a much higher tempo than other nationalities, and then we'd get to the summer tournament and our players would be tired, and then also we wouldn't set up to play in that tempo, and we couldn't play the sort of slower, more technical game back then. Now I think we've legitimately got the best squad in the world, actually, with the exception of the goalkeeper and the centre backs. But I don't know who's playing tonight. No idea.
Is it going to be in London, the match?
Yeah, it's at Wembley, so...
Nice.
Oh, look at this. Ace, King, Queens.
Classic.
Isn't it? Old school. See if Daniela moves in here or does something else. Yeah, we absolutely have the best team, you naysayers in chat. Who has more talent than England? Talent, I'm talking about. Level of players. I'm not talking about... Sorry, to be clear, I'm not talking about team. That remains to be seen. But level of talent. Who has better talent?
You think... Wow, Queens didn't jam. That is... different. Ace King, actually.
Ace King didn't jam, yeah. Flattered.
You think one of the reasons why you guys perform so poorly as the English team is because everyone plays in rival teams, so they can't play well together? You think that is part of that? Like they are rivals, for example?
It definitely was in the era that you're talking about. It definitely was a problem. I think in this era, it's not so much of a problem. I think the players are all... It's much less... The rivalries are much less, heated nowadays. All the players do a lot of media stuff together.
I'm keeping my mic muted most of the time because all of the motorcycles of the region apparently went for a ride now. So the street is very noisy here. Can you hear it?
Yes. Can hear it a bit, I'm afraid. A little bit.
Okay, I'll keep it muted.
Yeah, Gaz, you're right. The players were not exactly focused on what was going on. By the way, sorry guys for the coverage at the moment. We're trying to fix the graphical problems, so they're cutting away from hand when they're trying to fix it and stuff like that. So bear with us for a little bit.
Actually, we are trying to make you guys have a real poker playing experience when you don't know the cards of your opponents. We want to keep you guessing,
Yeah.
so you can improve as poker players while we watch the stream. Ace Jack suited folded to the sixes jam. That is less than a limp. That's what happened. This table is playing a very different game than I'm used to.
Yeah, I'm worried about this table, Alex. I might have to stage an intervention.
By the way, the big blind... Oh, okay. Probably Ace Queen ISO'd instead of calling because the big blind folded to a less than one big blind jam.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. And sixes hold. The start of Vasil's legendary comeback is on. Now, admittedly, he does have to fade about half the deck.
No way he's busting. Too many outs.
Too many outs, exactly.
Easy. No sweat at all.
Not a problem. See, the experience of Cavalito. He knows when a guy's got too much going for him, or a girl in that case has got too much going for her in a pot. Too many outs. So Vasil doubles up, and he only needs to do that. I don't know, 42 more times. But he's back in this thing. How are we getting this shot? Does someone just throw a camera and then slow it down when they play the footage?
I think his stack count is wrong as well because it had him having less than one big blind, but now he has all of those chips. So, yeah. We just ask for a bit of patience, chat. We're gonna get it right eventually.
Yeah, me and Alex are working very hard behind the scenes to fix the graphical problems. One of the outer tables, as you can see top right, we're down to 100 players left in this tournament. 51 make the money.
I'm having a chocolate and hoping for the best. Is that doing all I can to help it get better?
Such a brilliant plan. I've got no chocolate.
Yeah.
I don't have any. Terrible. Okay, so let's see if we can get through this hand. The graphics look more normal, he said, with some caution. We're going to raise from Alexandria, a call from Daniela in the cutoff, and Demetrios has the ace-king, the big blind, and has 3-bet. Let's see if he gets any action. Apologies, we can't see close up on the action at the moment. Just while they do this, last reminder for the free roll, there's 5 minutes left in the free roll, 5 minutes left in late registration in the free roll, I mean. So if you want to play some poker for $500 or your share of $500, then get involved in the 888 Poker TV Special Bucharest Live Free Roll. Your password is Bucharest, completely free. Have some fun. If you do well, we'll give you a shout out on stream. Go knock out some players. So I think
the 3-bet sizing from Demetrios is on the smaller side, which really hurts him because he's out of position. He's out of position against both players. When he's giving such a good price, the first range, which is Alexandru's, probably has a lot of good hands that can call and play in position against him. And when he calls, it's a very high chance that the cutoff calls as well. So when you squeeze, you usually want to make it at least 4 times the initial raise when you're out of position. I would go 5 times the initial raise, to be honest.
Okay, that's a good tip. 5 times. Yeah. Okay. He did get called in 2 places. A very big pot, 159,000 in this pot. And Alexandru is going to take it down. What is this? I'm now VR from the point of view of a glass of water. That was insane. I've had dreams like that.
Maybe just AI running the show for a bit. We
Yeah,
talked about that.
It's
for a
confused
while.
at what humans like to see.
Exactly.
Doesn't
It's still
quite
learning.
understand.
It's gonna get there.
Probably within half an hour. Exponentially, see the learning. So, how do you think we pronounce that name? Rares or Rares or? I think I'll go with Rares because it's easier, but I suspect it's not right. Harris, that sounds better.
Yeah.
Harris. Okay.
I heard people speak in Romanian, and it's somewhat similar to Portuguese the way they pronounce the words.
Oh, is
so
it?
I think that, yeah.
Oh, really? Harris. Mimo Ridoso. Mimo asks, is there any way to become part of the 888 team? There is. We're actually running a way to do it right now. It's the on-stream contest. You start off as a member of the stream team, and then one day you'll get to the heady heights of busting on the feature table in 3 minutes. But you start off by becoming part of the streaming team, and there's a contest running right now where you can stream, and if you're good at it, you've got a legitimate shot at being picked. So do that.
To be a part of the team, not busting on the TV table.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the next step.
It's a stages you have to go through.
Yeah.
Bioska, you've written Raresh, but that doesn't tell us how to pronounce the start of the name. Can you do it phonetically? Is it how Alex did it? Vasil is all in and all out, according to our graphic, but that is not reflected by what's happening on the table.
No, he's just betting and getting his snap called.
Literally says eliminated. That's not fair. You can't just eliminate him through graphics.
Or can
That's
you?
outrageous. That's outrageous.
There was a guy on the bottom left when the camera went through the lobby that looked like Hossein Anson. You know him?
Sorry, Jose who?
Hossein Anson, the guy that won WSOP main event a couple years ago.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Oh, really? Maybe it's him. I don't know. Maybe he just chills out in poker rooms around the world.
Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest.
I think these are cash game tables. Looks like a cash game table here in the 888 poker room in Bucharest.
Apparently, smoking inside is allowed there.
Really?
Yeah, which I'm not a fan.
No, same. But presumably the players want it. Otherwise, it wouldn't happen. I think.
Yeah. I'm doing my best to mute whenever traffic noise gets loud, but I think I'm not doing a good job.
I imagine it's quite hard if you've got a lot of traffic. But Joska says not real cigarettes, so vaping, I presume.
That's less bad.
Yeah, still smelly. Thanks for sticking with us, everybody. We are having a few graphical problems, but our people on the ground are doing their best to get them sorted out. In a second, we'll do a giveaway to bribe you to stick around. No, I mean to increase your enjoyment of the stream. We are fighting for and giving away $33 satellite tickets, so pretty chunky tickets, which are the first, like, it's not an early level satellite. You win a seat in that satellite, you get into the 300k mystery bounty main event. So well worth having. And then later on tonight, we'll give away a $215 main event seat.
So you can battle me.
So you can battle Cavalito, who is currently in the top 10 after some of the day one flights.
I think I'm gonna make a webinar on how to play mystery bounties. So if you guys want to learn that, you just have to learn Portuguese first.
You can't get it translated for us. Come on. That'd actually be very valuable because I think it's, you know, still quite a new form of the game in terms of, you know, proper information about how to play well in them.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe I can. One thing that is the first thing you have to do when you make day 2 in a mystery bounty event, because usually the bounties start on day 2, is you divide the bounty prize pool by the amount of players left, and then you get to an average bounty value. So basically, like,
so it's like an equity
whenever
amount.
Someone is all in, whenever someone is all in, you can add that number to the pot, kind of, you know?
Yeah, makes sense.
And then let's say, for example, there's 100 player left when you start the day, and then 50 people bust and the big bounties don't bust. Then you just have to think that that number is going to be higher. And if 20 minutes in the big bounty busts, then you have to just like understand that the number is lower. And then that's a very simplified and broad advice, but that's already going to help with your decisions, I think.
Yeah, that's a good framework for people to at least start with. That's great. Let's do a giveaway. We're going to give you one of these tickets I keep banging on about. We're going to do a keyword giveaway. All you have to do is type in the word once you have it in chat, and you'll be entered into the draw. You need to do that once. Completely random. Somebody's going to win a $33 ticket. Lime, is the keyword ready? Is it ready?
So they're asking me in the chat not to teach people to play mystery bounties because they're putting their teddy bear through college. But one thing about
Alex, hold that thought. Hold
Yeah.
that thought. Let me just start the keyword.
Okay.
The keyword is graphics. Graphics is the keyword for no specific reason. I just like to talk about graphics. Graphics is the keyword. GRAPHICS. Graphics. Type graphics now. Do it. Be entered. Get your $33 ticket. Somebody's going to win one. Sorry, Alex. Resume your thoughts on mystery bounties.
No problem. So one thing about teaching poker or coaching poker, I had a bit of resistance on teaching people how to play in the past because they would play against me and they would be better. But I'm playing poker for a living for almost 10 years now. And ever since I started, something happened that people said, oh, now poker is going to die because now you can solve pre-flop spots. Oh, no, now poker is going to die because now you have a solver that teaches how to play post-flop. Oh, now poker is going to die because of this, and that. And since the beginning of poker, there was a lot of good information available, and most people don't learn it. Most people don't apply it. Most people, don't make adjustments or just try to play the same way every spot. And I think that you don't have to be concerned about having content out there that could make people improve, because
Right.
it's very hard to improve in poker as well. So you really have to put effort, and you really have to understand what's behind it and make adjustments. And it's so hard to get to the point that you can make good adjustments, that having someone out there just teaching or talking about a subject doesn't mean that it's going to become tougher.
Yeah, totally agree with that. I think what happens actually is that the professional class, or like the top tier of poker players, slowly improve, but the sort of the main body of poker players, if you like, the poker enthusiasts or the recreational players, either improve very, very slowly or don't really improve. But maybe that's debatable. Last chance to type in graphics if you're watching the stream, and if you can play on 888, you type in graphics, you're entered into the keyword giveaway. Let's roll it. Somebody's about to win a ticket. That person is Sultan. OXV Sultan. Congratulations to you. You are our latest winner. We still have, don't be sad if you didn't win. If your name's not Sultan, don't be sad. We still have 5 of those bad boys to give away on this stream, and 1 $215 main event ticket. I'm told that the graphics are slowly being sorted, and about 15 minutes from now, they're completely sorted. Obviously, we're watching this on a delay to preserve the integrity of the game, so bear with us if there are still a few glitches, but we are getting it sorted.
Congrats, Sultan.
Sultan says, you are great, guys. Strong agree. So it's been a little tricky to get to know these players so far because of the technical issues we've been having. A couple of people in chat have said that there are some strong players at the table, perhaps with a bit of local knowledge. Feel free to fill us in on who they are. Let's say we probably won't go to the end of day 2 because day 2 probably will be playing pretty late. But we'll be here for a little while longer. I think we'll see the money bubble. That's at 51 players. Not sure. But we will be here tomorrow for the crucial stages, because tomorrow we'll cover from the early afternoon all the way down to when we crown a winner.
You guys think it's good or bad to be at the TV table, chat? This is another topic that has mixed opinions.
In terms of your EV in the tournament, or in terms of your experience?
Yeah, I think EV.
Good or bad in terms of EV? Thanks, Spider. Spider says Andre Wouters, or Wouters probably, is a high-stakes live cash game player, but also plays high-stakes MTTs. Let's nice. Says Ran is a very good player. He plays in...
There's someone that said it's bad for 888 reps.
Yeah, definitely bad for 888 reps. Certainly today. Jamie says it's good. Why is it good? Alabaster says it's good for experienced players, bad for recreational players, increases the skill gap. I think there's probably something in that. What do you think, Alex?
I think it makes sense because even with a delay, you have informations on how your opponents are playing with the showdowns, right? Because sometimes you see someone 3-betting a lot and you don't know what to make of it. And then 30 minutes after that, if you know that they're 3-betting only strong hands, and you say, okay, like I don't need to make any adjustment. But then if you see the occasional king 5 suited in there, yeah, then it's gonna be something that you can use to your advantage. I mean, it's a game of incomplete information, so I think that when you have the most information you have, the more the experienced players are gonna make good use of it. Yeah, and also Alabaster is talking about the pressure. I think everyone feels the pressure somehow, because even for professional players, it's not often you're gonna get to the TV table, and also you don't know how people are gonna respond to the pressure. So, for example, let's say you're playing at a table with someone that folds a lot to river bets, and then after the break you move to the TV table, and then this guy is gonna say, "Oh, I don't want you people to see me folding on TV," and then they stop folding, you know. So pressure is something that, since you don't know how people respond to that, it can be a double-edged sword.
Yeah, very true. Interesting 3-bet here from Ran with the 8-6 in second +2, so third position.
It's also just a click. So the guy made 8, he made 12.
Oh yeah, good spot.
Which is, some people do that just to isolate the razor. They don't want to get squeezed out of the pot, so they go for the small 3-bet, which is what?
Radu moves all in for 200k.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can trust our graphics. That's the issue.
I would
isn't he
love if that was the case, though.
Yeah, it would be amazing. I sort of feel like he's way more likely to have ace king. He didn't move all in.
Yeah, because it says move all in and call.
Okay, so he cold called on the button, and now the other two are going to call. I think that's what's happened.
Everyone gets a piece of the board. Ooh, this can get super spicy now.
Yeah, amazing.
If we have the right board.
Yeah, let's say we do. Something for everyone. You're absolutely right. There is not 655,000 chips in the pot. Please disregard that. I would be much more high-pitched if there was.
Yeah, probably my watt was too loud as well, so I'm sorry for that.
No, I think it was appropriate because it was really weird. Ran is betting his 2-pair, which seems reasonable.
Yeah, King 10 is not going anywhere. And after
Is
King
King
10
10
calls...
Is King 10 definitely in the pot here? We can't actually see. Or is it just these two in the pot? It's just these two.
Wow. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on.
No, neither do I. I can't tell if this King 10 is actually a player in the pot as we look at these tables or not. I do apologize, everybody watching. This is all fixed in a few minutes.
You said never to apologize.
Okay, so wait. So he is all in. Look, we can see now. He's all in. But he's not all in for 200,000. Because there's not that money in the middle, right?
Oh, yeah. He's all in for some chips.
For some chips, yeah. And it's worked out for him. So Radu is going to triple up. Ran's going to win the side pot. Commentating on these hands is like a journey through...
I'm loving it, to be honest.
like a mystery adventure.
But you made some fundamental mistake I have to call out. You apologize to chat.
Oh yeah, Jesus, I did.
Yeah.
I'm a
That's how
fool.
the graphics are getting to you.
Yeah, it's true. I'm so far off my game.
You give me tip after, yeah?
Damn it.
Dá-me špagat. Dá-me špagat.
No, he was all in there, Bioska. The third seat was all in. He had the all-in symbol in front of him. The all-in triangle, the dealer triangle.
Is he still in the cell phone? I'll message him saying, hey man, it's looking bad for you every time you're on the cell phone when the camera is.
Yeah, yeah. Go on, tell him. Maybe if you focused a bit more on the poker and a bit less on the media, you'd have a bigger stack. You can tell him I said that.
Mm-hmm.
Just caught him out so many times. Hi, Matt Walsh. Yeah, we're having a great Saturday, watching some poker, having some fun. Hope you are too. Welcome in. Vasil was down to 3,500. Gets a shot through.
Allegedly,
yeah. I'm sticking with it. It's more fun if he was down to 3,500.
Oh, they say that also this George guy plays high stakes.
Oh, he does? Okay, good to know.
Yeah.
So we've got some strong local players at this feature table, as you'd expect.
Yeah. And they say you're going downhill from here since you apologize to chat. Which is probably right.
I mean, it's encouraging to think that there's still some downhill for me to go. That's encouraging. Things aren't as bad as I feared. George bets his aces and he's going to win. Easy game. So just found out, thanks Lime, that our chip leader is British player, Jack Sharp. Which is nice for me as a Brit, because there aren't that many of us in the field.
And since you're playing Brazil today, that's the only thing you're probably going to win today?
I mean, I don't know why everyone's so down on the England team.
To be honest, I don't follow football for 15 years. I used to be I would watch all the news about my team and transfer windows and all that. And then I realized that there were better ways to spend that time. And
You can suck a lot of time. You can plow a lot of time into it, can't you?
yeah.
No doubt about that. Vasil 3 bets with the jacks. He's going to get a huge amount of respect, given the way he's played at this table so far.
Yeah. It's funny that when I talk to a lot of people, they say that they enjoy live poker way more than online poker. Yet whenever I see a live poker table, everyone looks so miserable. Like, everyone looks sad. They look tired. They look bored. I don't understand, and I look the same. I don't. I'm not saying I don't do the same, but it's funny. I have a friend that whenever he's playing live poker, he has a grin on his face. Like it's even weird playing hands against him because it looks like he's trying to trick you into something, you know. But people, because they have to put the serious face on, they look, yeah, mad.
Yeah, they'll have resting angry face. I mean, it's a strange game, isn't it? Because, you know, as somebody once said, No Limit Hold'em is hours of boredom and moments of terror. And so you have these moments where you have to be fully switched on. But a lot of the rest of the time, not that much is happening. So you definitely is space to be chatty, even in a big tournament. But
yeah, I agree. I mean, at least when you're not playing a hand. So
Yeah.
I'm probably the most talkative person around when I'm playing. But when I'm in a hand, I just like stay quiet and paying attention and focus.
Yeah, very, very different. I mean, talking in hands is usually quite a bad idea for informational reasons. Interesting hand here, Alex.
Yeah. Everyone has a bit.
How much are you betting on this river if you're Alexandru?
So I'm gonna have two bet sizings. I'm gonna have a very small bet sizing. I'm gonna have a very big one. So I'm gonna bet a quarter pot with my basically like king queen plus with a heart, because it's a hand that also blocks the board, which blocks the cards that my opponent can call. And then I'm gonna have a very big size with my flushes like this one, because when I have king 3 of hearts here or ace deuce to ace 4 of hearts, my opponent's gonna have every pair. My opponent's gonna have 8x and my opponent's gonna have flushes himself. So I think I can make the most amount of money by having that strategy.
So George has a decision here. 55,000 into a pot of 124,000, and makes a relatively quick fold.
Yeah.
Decides there's not enough bluffs in that spot for him to catch one.
Nick Eastwood replied that he has to record every hand he plays and write out the hand histories for his vlogs while updating Instagram. That's why.
I mean, that's just really bad tactics. How can you record every hand and update Instagram and run a video camera and play your best poker? I don't understand. You can't.
You can't. That's why I said earlier that I don't like vlogging, because I want to be playing my A game and I want to be interacting with people, and doing all that while recording hands and saying what I had and what I thought about it, it's going to be very hard.
Well, it's going to be sort of stressy, but also you're definitely going to miss visual information, I would think.
Oh yeah, for sure. But to be honest, if you're an online player and you're coming to live, it's probably best if you don't try to understand people's tells and like the way they move and that kind of stuff, because it's something that's very unfamiliar to you and it's very easy for you to make bad assumptions.
Yeah, I do agree with you, actually. It's actually easier to make mistakes than it is to get good information.
Yeah.
So this is day 2. Here's some chip counts from our table at the moment, or there they were. Did you get them all down? Hope so. We've got, if you look in the top right-hand corner of the screen, you can see the number of players left. You've got to really want the information. It's there, though. 90 players remain. It's obviously not real time, so there'll be a bit of a delay on it. And 51 make the money here in Bucharest. So a little bit later in the stream, we'll probably be very close to the money bubble. Free roll. In our free roll, we're in the money. Are we really? That's pretty fast.
Yeah. It's a turbo free roll.
Oh, wow. We're in the money. Who made it? Let us know in chat if you made the money, and we will check, so don't lie. We won't check. Boogie busted. Bad luck. Matt Walsh is 16th. Noodaloo is 10th. Fantastic. Piano Cup busted ages ago. Gary Danby didn't make it. Biosca's in. Nice. Royal Freeman, 106. Excellent. Well done. Keep it going. Dr. Avalanche. Dr. Avalanche is in. Sultan's in. Wirt's Hands didn't make the money. Never mind. Pedro made the money. Well done, Pedro. Jamie with the bust first hand economy of effort and time strategy. Very, very clever. If you're going to bust fast. Well done if you are still in. Thank you for playing, everybody. Let us know your progress. I didn't realize we made the money. That was fast. Three bet from Jorge and takes it down.
Yeah. Vasil is playing a very different strategy.
How would you describe it?
Like, he doesn't react very well versus aggression, and I think that he doesn't access his hand strength in some situations. So, like, when people get aggressive versus him, he just folds strong hands, and he doesn't think a lot about it. I think that's the part that kind of gets me.
Right.
Because it's fine. Like, you're gonna have to fold strong hands a lot, actually, if you want to be a successful player. But playing fast is never something I would advise, especially if you're not experienced. Even if you are experienced, if you play very fast, you can tend to autopilot in situations that you shouldn't, especially when there's a lot of money in the line. But if you are not a professional, if you're a recreational, if you don't play that often and all that, you have time to think through decisions. So just do that. It's not going to hurt you.
Yeah, it's a very good advice.
And now
Famous
I
last
think
words.
Go on. No, I just want to say that the game is going to get faster because the blinds are getting expensive.
Yeah, so it's 5,000 big blind now, which was the level you told us to look out for in terms of things getting more aggressive. Daniela called out of the small blind here with ace-4. Could have 3-bet the button raise, but didn't. Has the best hand, but let's see what happens.
Yeah. I think people are not aggressive enough with aces from the blinds versus late position. I think up to 20 big blinds, you can go all in with every ace versus the late position. It's going to be good, probably. Because the button's going to open 50% of hands, And whenever you have an ace, you are blocking a big part of the strong one. So if you have like less than 20 big blinds, the button opens, you go all in, and the button folds, and you increase your stack by 20%. That's going to be a lot. And
Right.
even when you get called, you have good enough equity with the suited ace. You're going to have like a bit over 30%. Sometimes you're going to get called by king queen, which are ahead. So yeah.
Yeah, actually, a nice spot for her to do that.
Yeah, especially if the player on the button is aggressive, is a regular or something like that, plays high stakes like this guy.
Yeah, it's he's just going to be wide on the button there, very wide probably.
Yeah. If you're watching from the casino, please lend EC a power bank. He's gonna need it.
He's been on that phone relentlessly. Those are the players we're watching. The graphics are sorted now, which is lovely. So we're pretty confident these are the players you're watching, which is nice.
Let's go.
Exactly. Poker coverage now with added information of actual information.
It was a
And
nice
Ran is
change of pace.
What, knowing who the players are and what their stacks are on cards are.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, nice change of pace. I agree.
George is considering 3-betting or calling, going for the 3-bet.
To celebrate this new graphical fidelity, any minute now we're going to play a game where we give away 2 tickets. Get hyped, people. Your patience with us is going to be paid off in spades. Well, tickets, but it's going to be paid off.
You want me to ask you a question on London things?
No, we're playing Alex things today.
Okay.
Yeah. You just have to think about what you think the answer is, that's all. So it's interesting because 2 of the stronger players at the table, based on the information we have, these are both very good players. 3-bet pot.
Yeah. By the way, this is a very good pot, not on this turn card, but it would be a very good spot to check raise as Ren versus a C-bet. But the C-bet never came, so...
And just
and
quickly...
the king is a very good card for in-position, because ace-king is such a big part of in-position's 3-betting range, because in-position is going to have every single ace-king combo, like the suited ones and the offsuit ones. So whenever you're playing a 3-bet pot, if your opponent 3-bets and you call, just consider how that board interacts with ace-king, because that's going to be pretty much the most significant part of the 3-better's range.
Great advice, as it has been all stream from Cavalito. I hope you're enjoying his commentary. Here's something else for you to enjoy. We're going to play What Does Alex Think? What does Alex think? A version of What Does Loddon Think? And so what is important here is that you guess what you think Alex's answer to this question is. You can only guess once per player. The 2 closest entries will each receive a $33 ticket for use on 888 Poker. So if you want to play, good idea that you can play on 888. And apart from that, lots of luck. Very, very easy to play. You can actually just completely guess if you don't know anything about it. We've been talking about the England-Brazil football game tonight, Alex.
Yeah.
The England-Brazil football game. How many times have the men's first 11 of England and Brazil played each other in official football matches? Could be friendly or in competition. How many times have England and Brazil's men's first 11 played each other at association football? That is the question. Get your guesses in. Only one guess per player. Alex, put your guess in our producer chat, as last time.
Already did?
That was fast. You got a strong feeling.
Yeah.
Google will not help you trying to guess what Alex, who used to be very into football, he told us on this stream, now less so. What does he think? Good luck, everybody. 2 tickets up for grabs. When the contest is closed is when Lime says it is in chat.
I'm seeing huge numbers there. Football is not around for that much, guys. I mean, I can't give any tips, but I think this is I'm 35 years old, and I think this is the 3rd time that England and Brazil are playing since I was born. Yeah. So
you can't give any tips, but that is a tip.
No, it's just that I saw someone typing like 300 something. It was like a bizarre number. So
yeah, I think it's fair that it's less than that. We've definitely seen more aggression in the last half hour, haven't we, at this feature table? A lot more 3-bet pots.
Yeah, I mean,
as you predicted.
Yeah, we have the high stakes guys playing, so that is already a likely outcome, right?
Yeah.
English is so hard, man. Sometimes it's very hard for me to find the words. I'm talking for many hours, and it's starting to get hard.
You're doing an absolutely amazing job. We appreciate it. And English is I'm not good at languages at all, but everybody who I know who is good at languages says the same thing, which is English is a bitch. Because we double use words and things like that.
Yeah, and you have a lot of words that mean the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, we do.
And I think that British people, they talk a lot of slang that no one knows besides them, and you use them very often and you don't realize it.
That's interesting. So it's very different from the textbooks, isn't it? Like the actual execution of the language is very different.
For sure.
So Queen's for George, and he's got action in 2 places, and he's got a very favourable flop.
Yeah, he just flatted. Oh no, he opens. Okay.
Yeah, two calls.
7's called. Okay, yeah, he can make a lot of money here if the board stays kind of safe for pocket 7s.
Yeah, 7s belong to Andre, both over 200k deep. Contest is closed. Well done for those of you that got in before the deadline. 2 of you will win. We'll just give Lime a chance to
the best turn. That is the best turn we can see for this. Yeah.
Great turn for the stream. Well done, dealer. So what are you thinking if you're in Georgia's spot here?
I think that the big blind is going to raise when they have good 6 or better. So the big blind is probably on a more draw / ace high type of hand. I think that the button is going to have a lot of pocket pairs here as well. And they don't have deuce X in the range besides ace deuce suited if they don't 3-bet. So I think that queens are super strong here. And also the big blind is short enough to the point that, let's say the big blind has a hand that beats us, that's all right. It's not the end of the world. And we kind of want to charge their draws. 7s are probably calling once more. again, like the snap fold from the big blind when they have 2 overcards and a flush draw. I just think that he's just playing way too fast. He's making his decision before anything happens, and that's not how you should approach the game, because it's a game of incomplete information, and everything that happens, like a raise that happens, a call that happens, a bet that was placed, the sizing of this bet, everything is information. So you should adapt according to this information. It's not a very good habit of just like deciding what to do and snap play.
Yeah, he's just it's this just playing his cards basically mentality rather than trying to understand the
And
situation.
also, yeah, but not even his cards, because in a lot of times he has very strong cards and he just says, okay, I do this. When he folded queens earlier, when he folded king 10 suited versus small 3-bet, now he has 2 overcards and a flush draw. Like, he doesn't know his opponent has queens. His opponent might have a6 there, just like getting protection, because it's a very vulnerable hand. So 10-9 suited has so much equity against a6 there that they shouldn't even consider folding, and then he just snap folds. We are still doing guesses. What? There was a guy that went 667.
I mean, at least they got involved. It's the taking part that counts. Whoever that was. We've got winners. We've got ticket winners. I asked you, Alex, in light of England playing Brazil at Association Football tonight, in the men's game, 2 of the more famous teams, Brazil for winning stuff, England because, we invented football and then didn't win stuff. How many times have those 2 teams' first 11s played each other in their history? And what is your answer, and how did you come up with it?
24. As I said, I'm 35 years old, and I think that this is the 3rd time that Brazil and England play each other. So if they play roughly once every 10 years, and football has around 200 years, it's going to be between 15 and 25.
Nice. Good logic. It's 24 now. I've got some bad news for some of you. There were a lot of guesses that were very close to 24. The rules are very clear. First of all, you can't complain because it's all unfair anyway and made up. The second rule is only one person per value. So the first person to say 24 or 25 gets it. And then if you're 1 away, it's whoever's first to be 1 away. So using those rules, it's exciting, isn't it? Using those rules, our winners are you fight like a cow. You fight like a cow, one of my favorite regular chat screen names. You fight like a cow, who guessed 24 and was the first to guess 24. And second of all, Happy Ray, who guessed 25 and was the first to be 1 away. Those are our winners. Honourable mention to Isti, Dordoni, and a few others who were either on it or 1 away. Bad luck, as close as you can get without winning a ticket. But those are the rules, and it is deeply, deeply unfair and brutal, just like association football and no limit hold'em.
You think no limit hold'em is more or less brutal than PLO?
No limit hold'em is more or less brutal than PLO. Well, they're different in kind, really, aren't they? Because the post-flop equities run much closer together in PLO, so you're just getting in your money more often.
Yeah.
So the lived experience of PLO is more swingy.
Yeah.
So I think probably no limit hold'em's more brutal, because PLO, although it has more variance, if you're going to play a lot of both games, or if you're going to play a lot of PLO, you're going to get used to just swinging all over the place. Whereas Hold'em, I always think it feels more acute when you have.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
I think that, for example, let's say you're playing PLO. It can be either tournament or cash game. I don't care. Let's say you have a massive stack. You are not going to bust in 5 minutes. In no limit hold'em, you can have a massive stack and bust in 1 minute.
Yeah.
Just because you have to face the fact of it being no limit makes it more brutal, I think.
Yeah, I think
Just
that's
because
true.
you can bust whenever. Like if someone has the same chips, same amount of chips or more chips than you can bust now. And in PLO, it's very hard to put all the chips in the middle. I mean, not very hard, but harder.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and I think especially if you're going to play tournaments in No Limit Hold'em where pre-flop becomes so big, and you're just going to have these spots where they're just pre-flop coolers in the sense that you just have to put your money in.
Yeah.
And that definitely feels less in control.
For example, that aces versus sevens hand, if they had 200 big blinds, the chips would go in the same way.
Right. Yeah. If you weren't with us early, you've got to watch the vlog back, by the way, because we had a absolutely incredible cooler set over set, and then the underset being the quad card. I don't think I've seen that on a live stream, as in a non-online.
Yeah.
I don't think I've commentated on it before. Amazing.
That's how lucky I am.
Yeah.
This spot can get big if turn and river are safe. This is the best turn for ace-9 suited. Like ace-9 suited is super happy and like, I'm winning a lot of chips this hand. They can even check raise the turn depending on the size of the bet. I don't think this is getting check raised. To be honest, if they didn't check raise the flop, they're not check raising this turn, probably. I also do think that people here are playing very fast. And I think that's bad not only because of the reasons I said before, but it's 30 from the money. So every like 20 seconds more here and 20 seconds more there, you're giving more opportunities for other people to bust and you making the money. I don't think that like you should be crazy in the tank 30 from the money, but there are definitely small edges to be gained.
Yeah, that's a good question for you, Alex, which I'm sure people will be interested in. Do you have a metric, like maybe a percentage amount of players or something away from the money bubble where you actually start thinking about it in a more focused way?
I think that when it's close enough from the bubble, so for example, here would be less than 70 players, so like 65 or minus. If I'm short, I would just take my time because let's say I have 12 big blinds and there's like 15 players away from the money on this field. The chances of me, like I have real chances of making the money without doubling up, and I have real chances of busting before the money even doubling up, right? Because if I go from 12 to 25, 26 bigs, I can still go all in and bust before the money, right?
Right.
So I think that when you have those conditions, that you have a stack that is so short that doubling up doesn't assure you're gonna make the money, there's good reason for you to take your time. But I think you have to feel, especially like, let's say you're playing and people are busting fast. Then you have more incentive of doing that. But if you're playing and then for the last 20 minutes, 1 or 2 people busted, then you should probably like just try to double up, try to make some chips before it's very unlikely for you to be able to fold your way to the money. And also, how big is the buying for you? How important it is for you to making the money? Is there something else to play in the same series you're playing? Like, there's a lot of factors.
Yeah. It is quite a big money bubble here in Bucharest in terms of buy-ins. It's nearly 2 buy-ins, so €560 to buy into this tournament. Of course, several players satellite in as well, and then the min cash is €1,000, so they nearly double their buy-in if they hit the min cash at 51 players. On we go in Bucharest. Day 2 action from the main event here at 888 Live in the 888 Poker Room in Bucharest. Check it out if you're in town or if you're in Hungary. Romania. Hungary, God. I think that describes my stomach rather than my geographical knowledge. If you're in Romania. Definitely get down there this weekend. A lot of action as we've seen in the outer tables, cash games and side events. We're going to be here for a little bit longer today on stream, and then tomorrow we will be playing down to a winner. So I think we'll start early afternoon again, and we'll play all the way through to the final table and a champion. You'll see it all here on 888 Poker. We'll have lots of giveaways all the time as well. How are we doing in the free roll? Because this must be getting down to the nitty gritty, because you were down to not that many players when we last checked. Anyone still in our free roll?
Yes. Someone's still in. This can get spicy. Actually, Daniela is not someone that puts a lot of money in the middle, so maybe that's not going to get spicy.
Yeah, she's been pretty conservative. You're right about the playing quickly, how fast the checks are.
Yeah. It's not checks, not bet. I mean, there is the polar opposite, that is the Vogelsang. Sorry, I had to say. There are people that are just taking way so long. Every single decision, it is insanity, honestly.
Yeah, it's terrible.
I have a friend.
It's terrible. I mean, I think it's actually rude. I've always thought it's rude because, you know, there's 8 other people at the table.
Yeah.
Who have to sit there and watch you make your completely routine pre-flop fold or whatever it is.
I have a friend that played him in the WSOP Heads Up Championship. It was either quarterfinals or semifinals. And there was this one hand that he took like 15 minutes on the turn or something insane like that. I'm like, man, you are my hero, honestly. Like, I couldn't stand that. It's very hard for me to... I don't remember if I called the clock on someone more than, I don't know, 3 or 4 times during my entire career. But yeah, I would call the clock every time on a guy like that. Especially because he's a professional for so long. Like, he's a professional for, I don't know, 15 years maybe. So it's not that he has to take so long for his decisions, right?
it is frustrating. I mean, there was a point where lots of people were doing that, especially in the sort of higher stakes tournaments. I think it's calmed down a bit.
Yeah.
It's it's bad for poker. It's a bad experience for other players. If it's on stream, it's really stream or TV. It's really horrible, and it's completely unnecessary. I understand they don't want to give timing tells, but come on, I mean,
Yeah.
like it's not reasonable.
I know a guy that he does that just to tilt people. And he's like the nicest guy.
That, I mean, that's kind of really like bad, but at the same time, it probably works.
He's the nicest guy outside of a poker table, but like last year I was playing a tournament in Vegas, and he sat at my table, and I had like this mixed feelings of I really like talking to this guy, but this is going to be a painful day of poker, and he just takes so long, so like everyone tilts at him, which is amazing to him.
Acolo se poate la masă?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Wow, the big blind folded queen nine off to a single raise.
Seems that way. Shout out to the free rollers. I asked you how you were doing. You told me. So let's check in. We've got 240 players left. Joska's in. Matt Walsh is in. Nico Poker's in. Krista Oman is in 24th. Lovely. Keep it going. Noodaloo's in. Well done to all still in. Condolences if you're out the free roll, but thank you for playing. There'll be another one tomorrow, another chance to play.
Justin's there, walking around, looking for hands. So here in Brazil, live tournaments have shot clocks from hand one on day one. What do you think about that?
If the dealers can, administer it with no problem. I mean, I just don't.
Yeah.
I don't like slow play. I just don't think it's. I don't think it's in service of the game. And I think if it stops slow play, then I'm into it.
Nice. Yeah, I think that's a good point. I mean, all the dealers here are very well trained into doing that for a long time now. And yeah, that makes a huge difference. I can think of some venues that couldn't train the dealers to do that properly.
Yeah, that's the only issue is if it messes up, the smooth running of the game.
Yeah.
That was quite the motorbike.
Sorry.
All right.
And I have my headphones on again, so you can think how loud that was on my end.
Really loud. So this is an interesting 3-bet as well from Andre out of the big blind. Those of you watching Nick Eastwood, far left of your screen, he's still in and he's still on the phone.
He did outlast all the other ambassadors.
He did.
So he's going to be bragging about that for 1.5 years, would be my guess. Oh, we should probably have done a lot of things about the time EC is going to be bragging about outlasting all the other MTT ambassadors in the tournament.
Yeah. Did he already post it?
No, I saw 888poker did a post talking to Ian, Lucia, and Vivi. How does it feel like to be outlasted by Easton? But
Pain. Actual pain.
Voi sunteți, nu văd nimic. Eu sunt chiar, adică voi aveți avantaj.
These are the outer tables in our tournament. 83 players left at latest count. Might not be absolutely accurate because of a bit of time lag when people bust, but it's somewhere around there. And the money bubble kicks in at 51 players. So it's starting to come a little bit more serious.
Sperăm. Ne schimb la pauză, nu ne schimbăm masa și ce filmă.
yeah, 83 left, 51 paid. Now things are gonna start to get a bit intense for the short stacks.
It seems slow to me, Alex, in terms of the rate people have bust at over the last hour or so.
Yeah.
It seems like people are really, like, I mean, I haven't checked poker news, but there must be short stacks that are really hanging on. Nick Eastwood, I'm looking at you, but other people as well. 3-bet from George, he's not hanging on.
Yeah, I would say that the bubble is probably the most boring time to watch a tournament.
How are we going to liven it up?
I don't know, the chat can help us. I mean, the bubble is fun if we have someone that's really pushing it.
Yeah, exactly. You want that big stack that's going a bit ham on people.
And it's funny because sometimes it's not even a big stack. It's just someone that is pulling the trigger all the time.
We can see George is going to get this one through.
Yeah. And Alexandru is playing more conservative now that he has George on his left, because George has been very 3-bet happy, playing aggressive. And yeah, it's just very bad when you have a stack, but then you have a similar stack to your left and it's a good player.
Alex, I need to step away for 1 minute. Can you take the comm?
Of course.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No worries, man. So let's see if the chat has anything for it. Ian has busted. He basically lasted 2 hands on the TV table. He had aces versus nines. He trapped the aces pre-flop, but the nines hit a set. Poker karaoke. Nah, I think that 200 people would leave, at least. I mean, I don't know about Nick's singing skills, but mine are very limited, if I'm being nice to myself. And yeah. So I think that Pocket Sevens is gonna hit a set, because Pocket Sevens, people tell me, is the pair that hits the sets the most. And we already saw quads from Pocket Sevens here. It didn't come yet. Yeah. Pocket Sevens should bluff here. I like it. I think that given this action, Pocket Sevens is never getting to showdown and winning at showdown. And the flush got there. They have the 7 of hearts. So looks good. And yeah, looks like George doesn't want to fold, but this is a very bad hand to call as well.
I'm back. What I miss?
George is considering a hero call with pocket jacks here.
Ah,
And
look at
wow.
that. Good call, George.
Yeah.
Well, we were
I
told
would
by
have folded
Chad
because
he's a good player, and
yeah, I would have folded because Daniela is playing very conservative, and all of a sudden, like a board with an ace and a queen, and also the flush gets there, and she puts a decent sized bet on the river. I wouldn't expect that to be a bluff that often, but again, like they're both from Romania, so they probably face each other in local tournaments. He is a good player. He probably has some information I don't, so it's very hard to analyze. But from what I'm watching, where I'm standing, I would never call that hand against her.
Joska, is he called the Badger? Or is that just your name for him? Is that Romanian local knowledge? And if he is called the Badger, why is he called the Badger? Noob Frost Mage, good to see you. Chicello, good to see you, if I haven't said it already. Thanks for being with us tonight, everybody. It's nearly Saturday night, get hyped. Just his nickname. I was expecting some story or other.
Are you gonna party Saturday night?
Oh, yes. No, I'm not, no. I'm going to do this commentary and then I'm going to lie on my sofa and eat dinner.
That sounds like a decent plan. Indian food?
My wife has made me a lasagna.
Wow.
So
you're big on Italian food, right? Or is it tuck?
It's probably. I mean, I love Italian food, yeah, but I like all the food. Tuckman just had this meal in Madrid in an Italian restaurant and thought it was amazing. And so in the Spanish food capital of Spain, he just started banging on at this Italian restaurant. It was a very Tuckman thing to do.
Yeah. They're asking if your lasagna is meat or meatless.
Meat. Daisy's making spaghetti sauce later. Cool. That is a straight. I can spot one a mile off, Alex. 5 cards in a row. Boom.
Yeah. 6 even.
6 cards straight. Bonus points.
They should bet really large here. And they did bet really small here. The thing is like, okay, not strong ace-x is not inclined to bet the turn, but the hands that are more likely to check the turn are hands like pocket kings, king queen, maybe queen jack. He got a call by a 7, which is unexpected because honestly, what does a 7 beat that check call the flop? I really don't know, especially a 7 with no kicker. But in general, like when you bet that river against the range of the cutoff that bets the flop and checks back the turn, you're either going to have very weak hands like that should fold to any bet size, or you're going to have a hand that improved on the king river. So a hand like king 9, king queen, pocket kings, and that hand is not going to raise if you bet small, but if you bet huge, you're going to get called by that. So that would be my play.
Yeah, makes sense. I think in general, watching a lot of live poker, big value bets are underdone.
Yeah, for sure. I think that probably knowing how to size your bets is one of the most important things you can do for your win rate as a poker player. And
yeah, I think you're right. I think it's a big separation between professional players and recreational players. Not just when to bet, but the size is just a big difference, I think.
Yeah. But I don't want to bore chat with very technical stuff. But I can, like, when we have a post-flop hand, we can talk about some dynamics behind bet sizing because I find that very interesting. But people just want to know about the lasagna now, so go back to the lasagna.
Well, my wife is half Maltese, and anything she makes with like risotto or pasta or anything like that is amazing. So that's my life lottery win, frankly.
Nice.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's a constant challenge not to be 20 stone, but other than that, it's good. Nick Eastwood's still in the tournament. This feels like Nick Eastwood watch. But if you're from Romania and a local player, maybe you can spot other players. Let us know if you can spot it. We've got a couple of local players in the chat. If you can spot anyone else out there, that'd be interesting to know. Obviously, sorry if that interrupts the recipe swap that's happening in chat at the moment, but still important.
Yeah, my wife's favorite food is risotto, so I just became a very good risotto maker, and whenever I want to make her happy, I do some risotto.
Nice. Risotto's great. Lovely.
Yeah. This king queen from the small blind can be a 3-bet or a call. Considering it's near the bubble, I'm happier 3-bet folding than calling. I think that when you 3-bet king queen off here, you're still gonna get called by hands like King Jack suited, King 10 suited that people are supposed to jam. So you're gonna get called by a bit of hands that are dominated by you, and also you're gonna get your opponent to fold hands like Ace 9, Ace 10 that they open, which are beating you at the moment. Maybe you fold even some small pairs. So yeah. Because like Ren, as the biggest stack here, should be putting way more pressure in the short and mid stacks, considering the bubble is near.
Yeah, we haven't seen him do a lot of that, if anything. It's been
But that is also something that, like, if you play solid ABC poker, you're probably gonna perform well playing live tournaments. And that's pretty much what he's doing. Like, we see a lot of solid players, but they don't play a super aggressive or super creative game, and they perform super well live. And I think that if you are not comfortable playing very wide ranges or very aggressive strategies, my suggestion for you would be to just play a solid ABC game when playing live.
Yeah, that's a really interesting comment, because I definitely think people feel the pressure not to do that. Like, they feel the pressure to make moves when they play a live tournament, or just tournaments generally, if they don't usually play a lot, but especially if they play like a live tournament. And probably if you haven't spent a lot of time thinking about that kind of spot and working on when you can, do things like 3-bet light, and then suddenly you try and do it, without doing any work or putting yourself out of your comfort zone, it's probably not going to go well.
I think that's a big mistake that I see also people that, for example, they win a ticket for the 215 main event, right?
Yeah.
And then they try to play a game that is super outside of their comfort zone, because they think that they have to play very aggressive, they have to call a lot versus 3-bets and check raise and do a lot of uncommon stuff for them. And then they buzz the tournament super early, right? It's better if you just like play a game you're comfortable with, regardless of what tournament you're playing. And then, like, if you're challenged in this tournament, if you have a lot of difficult decisions that you have a hard time, then of course, like, you can experience them and then go back and study them, review them, and all that. But if you go to a tournament that you're not used to play and you play a strategy you're not used to play, you're probably gonna perform poorly.
Yeah, I really strongly agree with that. It's the same thing when people move up cash limits.
Yeah.
And they feel like they need to change their game or play with more aggression or combat more aggression. And actually, you should play the same way and just analyze hands afterwards and grow that way. You can't suddenly become a different poker player because you're put in a different game.
Yeah, it's funny because people say, I want to do this, and that because I don't want to be exploited, but then you're kind of exploiting yourself.
Right, because you're playing at a lower level, in fact.
Yeah. We have a flip. Who do you think is going to win this time?
Vasil's been all in about 6 times. We're pretty sure he got down to about 3,000 chips.
Yeah.
This could be the end. He has outs.
Too many
he
outs.
Needs one. Otherwise, his amazing short stacking is over.
Yeah.
He's hung on for a long time here. George has clearly won and is delighted about it. I think there might be some local banter going on there.
Maybe we are lucky enough to have Easty on the feature table now. That would be nice.
I mean, he would enjoy it. I hope he's still in, and we're not speaking of the dead.
I think we would probably hear the wine from here if he was still in.
You'd see the phone stand being thrown through the shot, through the camera. Day 2 coverage of 888 Live Bucharest. Nick and Cavalito bringing you that. Thank you for your company this evening. It's been quite a long stream already. We really appreciate Alex doing this with us. Fantastic insight, and not even in his first language. Pretty awesome. We've also got a few tickets left to give away, which we'll do pretty soon. And we've got the big boy, a $215 main event ticket that one of you is going to win in the next hour or so. So stick around. Then tomorrow we'll bring you the end of the tournament, all the way down to crowning a champion here in Bucharest, starting in the early afternoon. Follow the channel, turn on your notifications if you haven't already, so you don't miss it. And Radu's got, he doesn't know it yet, but he's got a dream flop.
That is quite a flop. And the stack to pot ratio is small. So yeah, especially with Daniela having the king of spades, I think this is it. Radu should bet small here. He still wants to be called by hands like 5x or 6x with one spade. And
oh yeah,
then
and go
all
Daniela's
the
chip.
king x. Wow, really fast jam. Gonna be a really fast call. Should be. Yeah. Bad
King
news
or
for
an 8.
Daniela.
Yeah, king or an 8, but not the ace of spades. The 8 of spades, obviously. Let's see if she can wriggle out of this. I think she has slightly more chips, so she's not going to be out, but she's going to be crippled. That's the way it goes. Great spot for Radu, who will get the double. Don't play king 8 off, kids. She was in the big blind, I'm joking, but what can you do?
So what is your favorite dish? Since food is
Oh,
the
she is
topic.
out. Sorry, Danielle is out. I think we had either the stacks wrong or I read them wrong. The second thing's more likely.
Yeah.
Daniela is out. Bad luck to her. What is my favorite dish? Of what kind?
In general. Or
In general.
favorite cuisine, maybe then.
Yeah, I mean, I like everything is the problem. I do literally like everything.
That's not the problem. That's a solution.
That's a solution,
it's worse if
yeah.
you don't like anything or very particular stuff.
You can take me anywhere. I mean, Italian probably is my favorite, I think. But I also really like steak. Yeah, all the foods. And red wine. I like red wine more than most things.
You ever been to a Brazilian type of steakhouse?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
Although I haven't been to one in London. I don't know if there's a good one in London.
Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah, how about you?
I think Mexican food is my favorite. I like spicy food in general. So I like
I
Indian,
get
I like
that vibe.
Mexican. Yeah. Thai. But I think that Mexican is my favorite. But
Dog
if I
Matthews
have...
says-
so my favorite cuisine is Mexican, but my favorite type of food, I think it's pizza. Like, because pizza, you just can't go wrong. Like, it's very hard for you to have bad pizza, right?
That's true. Well, Matush says I should try surströmming. Surströmming? I can't say that. But I Googled it and it's herring and I love herring. So I'm in. Very, very excited to try it. This flop hits
Interesting hand
Demetrios.
here.
Yeah, Demetrios and Alexandru both hit by this.
I mean, for entertainment value, either a jack or a king of heart or an ace on the turn would be amazing. But Demetrius should raise here all the time. Raise, flop, and jam turn.
It's Swedish and absolutely horrible. The smell is devastating. Good Lord. A smell with the power to devastate. Thing is, if it's herring, I probably like it. I probably would like it. And I'm not very smell sensitive either. So like strong cheese, no problem.
So now, the opposite question: what was the worst typical / local food you had? That like you were in a different country or city, and they say, "Oh, so we have this local dish that is called whatever." Do you have any really bad one?
When I was traveling in East Africa, when I was a student, there was this stuff that was like a cross between pimenta. It was a cross between pimenta. I can't remember what it was called, but it was a cross between pimenta and the stuff you used to put up wallpaper. That was some of the worst stuff I've eaten. And they used to eat it instead of rice, and it was horrible. Just sort of stuck to the inside of your mouth. And yeah, that was quite bad. Worst local cuisine? Well, I mean, German, no offense to the Germans in chat, but German food, pretty bad.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Don't you like the bratwurst?
Yeah.
Sausage
Yeah, I like
thingy?
it. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
But it's literally all that. There's just not a lot going on. But yeah, I like everything I told you, but I just don't think it's very good cuisine.
Another pot that can get spicy.
Yeah, we need
We
one.
have 2 flush draws. I think the ideal action card would be the 5 here. Nah, that is boring. At least a jack of clubs, like king or jack of clubs on the turn or 5 would be amazing cards. Now it's just bet from flush draw, call from other flush draw. So I went to after Madrid this year. Me and my wife went to Scandinavia, so we did Denmark, Sweden, and Norway. And in Copenhagen, they have this local food. I think it's morbrød that is called. That is like some bread with fish. And the bread tastes like nothing, and the fish tastes like the bread. It's awful. Like we went to like the best place for it, and it was kind of expensive. Not enough food for a meal, and it tasted like nothing. I think that was the worst local food I've had.
It sounds bad, man.
This should be the turn card. Then it would be way more exciting. The guy in the small blind is like, yeah, let's go. We have a flush. You know.
So let's see if Andre raises.
If he plays fast, he's gonna call. If he thinks about it, he's gonna raise. It's very block Betty from the out of position. Yeah. They still play really fast. He min raises almost. That's another leak I see from live players in general. They raise too small for value.
Interesting.
Even pre-flop, I see that like when people have aces, you do like 10,000, they do like 20,000, you know?
Right.
And I mean, every hand that's calling at 20,000 3 bet is calling at 25,000 3 bet. So why don't you go 25,000? I mean, in the long run, these chips are going to make a very big difference in your win rate.
I think sometimes people don't think about the mathematics of value betting, where it's just human nature. They think about how many times they get called rather than how much they're called for. Like they think more about how often will I be called rather than,
Yeah.
you know, obviously.
They're just so scared of the other guy folding that they
Right.
don't think about maximizing the money they make. They just want to make a bit more.
Exactly.
And in poker, you kind of have to be greedy.
What are we, six-handed at this feature table? Yeah, six-handed at the moment. A couple of big stacks on it, or at least one big stack, and George has got a big stack. Randall's still got a big stack, so yeah, a couple of big stacks. So latest chip counts we have from outer tables. Romanian player Claudiu Burlacu is in first place with 600,000 chips. And somebody was asking about Jack Sharp from the UK. He's in fourth, still got a ton of chips, over 500,000. As you'd expect, mostly Romanian players on the leaderboard at the moment. About 80 players left, playing down to 51 to make the money. First of all, that's our next stop. Lime, are you in position to do a keyword, and is it ready? Because I want to give away a ticket. A little bit slow portion of this tournament. We want to keep the giveaways going because we do appreciate you being here.
I don't think they are updating the amount of players because it's been 80 players for a while, and we saw 2 people busting just on the feature table. So it would be nice to get it updated because this could be closer to the bubble than we imagine, and maybe that's the reason. why the action is slowed down a bit.
Well, let's speed the action up in the chat. We're going to do a keyword giveaway. As ever, this is for a $33 ticket to the big main event that's running this weekend on 888. 300k guarantee main event, which you could be playing in. Lime is ready. Our keyword, in light of the direction the chat, both commentary and Twitch chat has taken, is delicious. Delicious. Lovely, delicious deliciousness. The keyword is delicious. D-E-L-I, the rest of it. Delicious. Delicious. Type in delicious. You don't need to do anything else. Just type it in and you're entered into the draw. The software will pick up your screen name and one of you will win a $33 ticket. Good luck. Lime will tell you when it's over, but don't hang about. Get your deliciousness in. I'm told, by the way, that there is no dinner break for these players. There's actually food available. Yeah, there's food available to them in the casino, and they don't get a dinner break. They just play through. They've got to make their own arrangements.
I also think that because the tournament started earlier than they used to, like when this happens, sometimes they just end the day and then people have dinner after that.
Right. Yeah, that's also possible. Good point.
Yeah.
Pashad, what you got? What are you eating? What you got going on? Radu raises, and we'll get this one through. Pasta, lovely, fantastic. Can't go wrong. I mean, you can overcook it. That's where British people go wrong. Overcooking pasta. Close up of our table there. That was exciting. Where the magic happens, I'm getting delirious. Nettie, I'm not in Bucharest. We're commentating remotely. Alex is in Brazil and I'm in London. The magic of the internet. Let's roll this. Somebody is about to win a $33 ticket, and that person is... Drum roll in your head. Dordoni. Dordoni has won the $33 ticket. Congrats, Dordoni. You are our latest winner. We've given away, let's have a look. I think 8 tickets. Lime, you can check for me at some point. I think we've given away 8 tickets. We've got 2 $33 tickets left, and still to be given away a $215 main event ticket. $215 ticket still to be won. So if you've already won a ticket, you might have peaked too soon. Not really. Still good. Top pair for Tebiru, who has recently joined the table. We haven't seen them play a hand yet. Always nice to walk to a new table and get top pair.
Yeah. I think this hand is okay to check on the turn, even though I think that Queen Jack Plus still has to keep betting, just because our position doesn't have enough King X, and it's probably going to be better to extract value from weaker Jack X, some 8X, and flush draws on the turn. And now Tiberio is pretty much saying he has second pair. And Alexandru believed him.
Yeah, everybody did what they were expected to do. Tiberio actually has brought the biggest chip stack on the table with him on his arrival, and George is sitting to his right, so 2 big chip stacks there, and Andre and Ran both have 400,000, so there's plenty of chips on this table. Just not tons of action. Hasn't been action-packed, has it, Alex, the last hour or so?
No, I mean, it's approaching the bubble, so you kind of expect that, right?
Right, yeah, exactly.
You need some specific types of players to have more action in this time of the tournament.
Did the free roll end, everybody? I presume it either ended or nobody's left in. Otherwise, I think we'd have heard from you. But do let us know if anybody's still in. Had a few deep runners. Yesterday, Boxwaxer made the top 10, finished 7th. Amazing stuff. We will have another free roll tomorrow, but let me know if anybody's still in today. And a nice spot here for Ran, to say the least.
Yeah. Probably gonna get 2 folds though, especially because that's the thing that like he has the big stack, but he hasn't been pressuring them at all. So it's very hard for them to think that now he's gonna be getting out of line and trying to pressure them, right? But he goes for the click 3-bet, which is ill-advised to say the least. Like again, is what I said before, like people raise way too small with strong hands. Like you're not gonna deny equity and you're not gonna win a big enough pot when you win, right? So they're both gonna call. King's heads up has a very good equity against any hand, but when you go multi-way with Kings, you have around like 60% equity, right? Even aces don't like to see a pot with 3 or 4 people. So yeah, I don't think people realize that.
It just feels, and you're absolutely right. It just feels like straight up missing value. I mean,
yeah,
you just haven't got as much money in the pot as you could have done, and then you run into problems post flop potentially.
Yeah, but he managed to get the guy to 4-bet.
I think the click 3-bet was genius, Alex. I don't know what you're talking about. Andre decides to make a move. Now, these two will know each other, I think, because I think they both, Andre, Ran, and George, have all been highlighted as players that play quite high locally. So there's probably a bit of history going on as well. Did Ran call or shove or 5-bet or he just called? Okay. So 4-bet and a call. Interesting flop.
Yeah.
So Andre's bet, I was just waiting to see how much he's bet. Oh, he's bet very small. I mean, I don't, he's going to get called with Ran's entire range, so it's just whether he gets raised or not. Ran does raise. This is such a weird spot. honorary calls, but he's basically calling, knowing that he's behind, and he basically needs to make a straight on the top, and he does.
He does.
Goodness me. He's wriggled from the noose because I sort of feel like this hand's been a massacre, but he's literally found a way to hit an out.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what the play on the flop was, and now. Now he checks it over to Ran, who bets 60k. And I don't think I understand. Pardon?
What a hand.
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right. What a hand. I don't think I understand it, Alex, but
I was hoping you would explain me.
it's like you've got there. Why would you shove here and give him, like, the only way he can get away from it is if you shove. Rand's got a decision to make. I feel like he's probably going to fold, but not much makes sense, does it? I mean, he's facing a 4-bet, and then...
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's very hard to guess what's going to happen here.
I agree.
Considering what has happened so far.
Yeah. Absolutely bananas hand. This is what we wanted. We've had a period of boring poker, and this is what we wanted. Absolute madness.
Yeah.
Lot of money in the pot, but Rand doesn't beat anything. And what does he beat?
Ace Jack, or
Ace Jack that went crazy.
Exactly. And like honestly, of course he got super unlucky, but this is also what happens when you like let people get in. Like every hand in poker has equity against each other, right? So if he raised a proper sizing pre-flop, he would get probably this hand to fold, and he would make 6 big blinds instead of letting equity see even like, let's say for example, the guy with ace, if this guy didn't 4-bet, the guy with ace 10 comes to the hand. Like you are letting a hand that has 30% equity against yours to see a flop when you could just fold and make 7 big blinds. Like it doesn't make any sense. Sometimes, especially pre-flop, that the equity is run the closest, you are happy when people fold.
Yes, and kudos to you, Alex, because you called it at the time. He made the small raise, he let them in, and you know, at first seemed like it wasn't going to cost him, but then actually cost him a boatload of chips, which potentially never had to be in jeopardy. That was a fun one. Pretty mental.
You eat this 18,000 like a fish of the fish, and you get the queen. You understand? What can I do?
Aces versus kings. Somebody hit the action button.
Yeah. I mean, it's a nice change of pace.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
I was getting more coffee here.
Yeah. It definitely put us to sleep a bit, no question. And these are 2 big stacks. Like, somebody's going to have a monster stack at the end of this. They're actually going to be, if the money goes in as you'd expect it to, the winner of this pot's going to be the tournament chip leader.
Yeah.
I mean, the way that everyone's been playing, there's a possibility that they slow down and get trappy and something weird happens. But if the money does go in, what is that? That
That's a
is
5-bet.
5-bet to 150. So now the money almost certainly goes in.
The money is going in for sure.
Tabiru enjoying the moment. And in it goes, bang, bang. And George gets the horrible news that he's been completely cooled here. I mean, he can still win the pot, obviously. 22% of the time, he gets away with being cooled. But sympathies to him if this runs out the way it's odds dictate. No help on the flop. Clubs are no good. Only a king. 2 outs for 867,000 chips, which we think is pretty much good for the chip lead. Now a 10. There's always a sweat. 10 or a king for George. Otherwise he's out. And Tabiru will have a monster stack. King or a 10 and rolls are reversed. Tabiru will still be in, but George will have a monster stack. Doesn't happen.
Yeah. Wow.
Bad luck, George.
Yeah, Tiberio probably has like a huge chip lead. Probably the second guy doesn't have half of what he has. He was probably the chip leader already before this end.
I think we had someone on 600k on the outer tables, but he's now going to have three. He's now going to have 300k more than that. Absolutely monstrous hand. I really feel for George because obviously he's an excellent player. He's played well at this feature table. He's got a big stack, and it doesn't matter if you're the world's best player. You just go broke there.
Yeah.
Kings versus aces, 20 odd players away from the money in a big live event. Not fun. Fun for the aces.
Brutal.
Welcome back to Bucharest, the 888 Poker Live event from Bucharest. This is the main event, day 2 coverage with me, Nick, and Alex Mantovani, better known as Cavalito in the poker world. We've been calling you the action for a few hours today. Some great poker, some good times. Thank you for sticking with us during the break. Thank you for sticking with us, Alex.
Yeah, thank you. And honestly, now Tiberio should just run over the table, especially because we are getting close to the money and he has so many chips. He should just be raising pretty much every single hand when it folds to him.
Yeah, those of you that were with us before the break saw that monster pot where Tabiru, not sure, won a monster pot, aces over kings.
They moved the other huge stack to the table as well. So just to keep Tiberio from going crazy. But I think that is also some advice for you guys. Like, let's say you're getting close to the bubble of a big tournament and you have this huge amount of chips. You should try to apply pressure until people tell you you're not allowed to. So if you're raising every hand and people are not 3-betting or going all in against you, you should probably keep doing that, because a lot of people don't adjust to an aggressive big stack.
Yeah, very true, and it can be very hard to adjust. Radu's all in here. Just to let you guys know, we're going to do another half an hour or so. We're going to finish our stream at the top of the hour. In this next 35 minutes, apart from what happens on the felt, we've got 2 $33 tickets to give away, which we'll do very soon. And we've got one $215 main event ticket, which gets you into the 300k guaranteed mystery bounty main event that's happening right now on 888. So huge prize to play for between now and the top of the hour. Actually, let's do the first bit of that right now. Let's get that done. So we're going to do a keyword giveaway. It's for two $33 tickets, so 2 winners, double the chance to win. And if you haven't won a ticket already, this could be your moment. Lime, is the keyword ready? We have to follow procedure. I can't just do it, even though I know I can't. It's Lime, is the keyword ready? It is. So for 2 tickets, 2 chances to win, you just need to type in once as we close in on the money here in Bucharest. The keyword is bubble. Bubble. B-U-B-B-L-E. Where the money's at. Bubble. Which is all the players on the players' minds. €1,000 bubble here for a €560 buy-in event. So a big return if you make the money here. 2 winners from this. So 8's for Harris, who we haven't seen play very many hands recently.
We have not. Yeah, I mean, he's been kind of short, right? And lots of big stacks on the table, so it's kind of hard to play.
Yeah. Yeah, no room to maneuver, but he'll be grateful to pick that one up. I'm thinking of a food-related question for what does Alex think, Alex? Because that's the way it's gone. And also because after the stream, I'm having my dinner, so all the food chat in the Twitch chat has made it very difficult to think of anything else.
I got hungry just from reading people talking about that.
Yeah, exactly.
Good thing I have a big dinner soon. Do you guys in the UK have parties for when girls turn 15?
No,
or
that's not
16?
No.
Okay, yeah. Here in Brazil, we have huge parties, and my niece is turning 15, so that's the reason why I'm at my mom's. And yeah, it's a huge party.
It's a big deal, like a family thing.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It's kind of like the rite of passage.
Okay, at 15. Wow.
Yeah.
So I think Sweet 16 is an American thing that I think some British people have done a bit. I don't know, but really for us, it's 18.
Okay.
Nettie asked the important question, what's my dinner tonight? It's lasagna. We established that before. Important. Very important as well, your last chance to type in bubble and have a shot at 2 tickets. We're giving away 2 tickets. And here we go. Lime's running it. No messing around. Our last $33 ticket winners today are going to be, drum roll in your head, Poker Speed Run has left it late, ironically, to win a ticket. Poker Speed Run wins the first ticket. Anfek. Anfek is our other winner. Come on down, Anfek, and Poker Speed Run. Well done to you. If you have not won a ticket yet today, do not despair, because in just a few minutes, we'll be giving away the big prize of the day, a $215 main event ticket. Huge, huge prize for somebody coming up in the next few minutes. But for now, well done, winners. Let's get back to the poker. Top pair for Andreas in the big blind. Matt Walsh says, Anfek is my response when I'm tilted. That's quite funny. Well played. Top pair turns into 2 pair for Andreas.
Yeah. Andreas check raised the flop, and now he's jamming the turn. And Rares doesn't have anything to think about, really. he should probably, like, when he has the pocket fives with the five of heart, he's basically blocking everything that Andres can be bluffing with. He's blocking 4-5, he's blocking 5x of hearts, so it's much more likely than Andres has a queen than anything else when he has the 2 5s there.
Nice analysis of that spot, and he does take it down.
And that's something that a lot of players don't pay attention on, but it makes it so much easier for you to range your opponents, because when you use the blockers, when you use the cards that you have, and the action of your opponent, you have a much clearer vision on what the opponent can have and cannot have. So in that situation, it was pretty clear that having 2 5s makes it more likely for our opponent to have a value hand than a bluffing hand, because the bluffing hand would be 4-5 and the heart combos.
So I'm not sure how long day 2 will go actually tonight. I don't have any hard and fast information on that. I'm not sure if they're playing down to a certain number of players or they're playing a certain number of levels.
It's usually a certain number of levels.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, usually it goes really fast after the bubble bursts.
Yeah, that happens so that happens anyway, obviously. But in our live events, usually the bubble's quite big and people are very desperate to hold on for it. So lots of short stacks.
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost 2 buy-ins, so it's a lot of money.
Right, yeah. It's interesting, since you said Tabiru could just run over the table, I don't think he's played a hand, by the way.
Yeah.
So Andreas is called with the ace-3 out the small blind.
Yeah.
And that is not
Andres
his
is
fault.
not afraid to play hands.
Random check back top pair here.
I
Andreas
think it's
still
a good check against the small blind, because the small blind pretty much never misses this board. And it's close to the bubble, so it's not like you can stack off with king queen here, especially without a spade. So I think that a bit of a pot control option on the flop is interesting.
And he does eventually induce a bet.
Nice.
Yeah, made some chips that he wouldn't have made with any other line. Jadveri, how many players are left? So there's a player counter. I can completely understand you missing it. It's very small. Top right-hand corner of the screen. That's a 75. It's probably always a little bit behind, because obviously once players bust out, we have to realise they've bust out and update it and so on. But we're probably around about 20 players away from the money at 51 players.
Yeah.
And so the short stacks will be getting nervous because, you know, they've played nearly 2 days of poker, and going out now would be very frustrating and expensive.
Yeah, it would be nice to get an update account because, the closer it gets to the bubble, the more this is important to know and how it's going to affect people's strategies, the way they play, etc. What was the biggest stack you've ever had, Nick, in amount of chips? Not blinds, amount of chips, yeah.
I have
In a live tournament.
Yeah, I have never run deep in a big live tournament.
Oh, really?
I've won. The biggest tournament I've won is like 300 players, something like that, 200 and something players.
Okay.
So it would have been that, but I've got no idea. I can't even remember. But I've never had like yeah, I don't know.
Never had
Definitely.
like 20 million chips.
No. Except when I get my own chips and I put them out in front of me at home and I pretend that like they're million chips. Done that. Yeah. What's your record?
I had, I think, around 10 million chips. I final tabled a smaller main event in Vegas of a different casino, not the World Series.
Okay. And you had 10 million. Awesome.
Yeah, I had 10 million at some point.
That's a lot of fun.
Yeah. Yeah, 67 left. They just updated it. So, yeah. Two tables away from the bubble.
Yeah, and I think, this has been slow the last 2 hours. So I think there's absolutely certain to be a lot of short stacks.
Yeah, for sure.
Do we know if Nick Eastwood is still in?
I think so.
He was at last count. Yeah, Alex, I think there's a little bit of feedback on your mic or something. It's because you've just muted and the noise has gone.
Yeah, they're vacuuming the house now.
Oh, okay. That's what it is. Right, we've got a big bit of business to conclude, you and I, chat. A big bit of business. I have in my pocket... It's a virtual pocket. I have in my pocket a $215 main event ticket. I can get one of you straight in to the 300k guaranteed mystery bounty main event happening on 888. I can get you straight in. There's a $30,000 guarantee, $30,000 bounty to be won, 300k guaranteed in the prize pool. Who's in? We're going to play Alex Thinks for the last time today. So it's going to be science that's going to decide the winner of this ticket, and critical thinking. There is no luck.
Yeah. Zero
Pure
luck.
science. Exactly. So inspired by the Twitch chat, this is going to be a food-based question. Just to quickly go over the rules, because this is important. This is for $215. One guess per player. The prize is a tournament ticket on 888, so you need to be able to play on 888, obviously. And it's just one guess per player. Who's ever closest wins. If somebody takes your guess, you can change your guess. That's the only time you can guess more than once. If the winners are the same distance away from the correct answer, whoever put it in first wins. Lime's decision is final. Lime's in the chat and she closes the contest. Alex, my question to you is, we were talking a lot about food types and pasta and so on. I would like to know, how many types of pasta are there? What does Alex think the answer is? Great question, isn't it? Great question. How many types of pasta are there? What does Alex think? Not what's on Google. What does Alex think the answer is? Good luck, everybody. You're playing for a $215 main event ticket. $215 main event ticket. Exciting way to end the stream. Ran as 3-bet Andreas here. Andreas is postulating, but he'd be surprised if he didn't fold, and he does. Alex, have you listed all the pastas in your head?
Yeah, it took me like 10 minutes, but I made it.
Good work. Good work.
Wow. I always get surprised by people's guesses when I play this game. And without knowing the right answer. It's just like they usually guess so far from where I'm thinking.
From where you are. That's why it's a fun game. We'll see who's going to get to play that big event. By the way, the final table, which Cavalito is going to try and be on. He's currently in the top 10, and hopefully one of you will try and be on it as well. The final table of that will be streamed on this channel on Tuesday night. David Tuckman and me will bring you a Tuesday special coverage of that big final table on Tuesday night at, I think, 8 p.m.
So
GMT.
me and another 8 people.
That's right. You and 8 imposters will battle for the big prize. That'd be awesome if you were on it. That'd be really cool. After today.
I was once with you guys streaming. It was fun.
Yeah, it's really
in the Magic Monday.
Okay.
The 109 Sunday main. Before it was Mystery Bounty.
4 is Mystery Bounty. How do you like Mystery Bounties, by the way? Do you like playing them, or do you prefer straight up?
I like them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they're a fun format, and I think that there's still a lot of money to be made because people haven't studied the way you should approach it.
Definitely adds a fun curveball as well. Really good. Nice flop for the 8s for Alexandru. Get your guesses in. I think we must be pretty close to line closing it.
Yeah.
How many types of pasta does Alex think there are? How many types of pasta does Cavalito think there are? She's closed it. I just give her. She's closed it. She's closed it. It's gone. Somebody has won a $215 ticket. I can tell you that it doesn't matter if you were late guessing because somebody has got the exact right answer. I'll reveal it in a minute. Somebody has got the exact right answer. Exciting. Wait, how have we still got 3 players in this pot? I looked away. There's still 3 players.
It's funny because I got curious about it, and I actually Googled it after I gave my answer.
Uh-huh.
And I kind of got it right if you tie my answer by 10.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. You were out by a factor of 10 times. Amazing, right?
Yeah.
Amazing. I didn't know that either. I had absolutely no idea. Radu moves all in here.
That is quite
very casually. Look how casual he is. He's just bluffed it all.
He's chilling. Yeah.
That's pretty impressive. I just don't believe you can call this.
Not when the guy is that comfortable.
Yeah, that's amazing. If he can bluff like that on a regular basis, if he just needs to learn when to do it, he's never going to get called live. He looks so cool.
Yeah. I wish I looked that cool when I'm bluffing.
Yeah. I mean, it's maybe 60% or a bit more of Alexandru's chips, so it's not like a trivial call. But he does make it, and Radu has bluffed his way out.
Wow.
Wow. He picked a time to make a move, or maybe that's just a case of the pressure getting to a player. I don't know. Maybe he thought it was a good spot.
People have a hard time being patient close to the money, which is understandable.
Yeah, and then it has been slow, and like the temptation to try and make something happen is high. Okay, let's find out who has won a $215 main event ticket. I'm very excited for everyone. Somebody has got it exactly right. Alex, I asked you how many types of pasta are there? You wrote them all down. You remembered all the ones you'd eaten. How did you come up with your answer?
35. My answer is 35.
Your answer is 35. Yes. There are 35 types of pasta in the world. I can happily report that you got the answer exactly right. That is what Cavalito thinks the answer to the question, how many types of pasta are there in the world? Somebody got it exactly right. And that person has won a $215 main event ticket. And it is Isti 0788. And a nice reward because you were one away in one of the previous giveaways. And somebody got one away first. So, congratulations, Isti. You will be playing the 300K guaranteed main event. Awesome.
Congrats.
Let us know how you go.
Hopefully we battle on day 2.
Yeah, I hope so too. Alex gave you great tips for playing a big event earlier, so I hope you heard those as well. Have fun.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. It's a cliche. Yeah. Everyone says that, they don't mean it, but it actually is important.
It's especially
when you're having fun, you kind of play better, I think.
Yeah, I agree with you. And also, it's especially important when you play a big event that you wouldn't normally play. Like, you know, you want to actually enjoy the experience. There will be more giveaways tomorrow. They will be as generous and plentiful as ever. I do hope you can join us tomorrow. We really appreciate you being here today. Tomorrow, we will watch the closing stages of this tournament. We'll be on stream for the entire thing, the entire final table, at least all the way down to the champion being crowned, whenever that is. So hopefully you can join us. I think we'll have a variety of 888 ambassadors guesting with me in the commentary booth. So yeah, Nettie, I think, I'm not quite sure, but I think we're going to have a selection, maybe Ian, maybe Easty. People like that are going to be with me. And I think we're going to go live at about 1:30, 2 o'clock GMT time. Follow the channel, turn on the notifications, you'll know when we're live. We haven't left yet today, by the way. Got a few minutes left to go, but I just want to make sure that you are informed for tomorrow. It's going to be great. There'll be a free roll tomorrow, giveaways and so on. 7 players left at our feature table. We think there's 64 in the tournament, so only 13 to the money. And we're playing 4,000, 8,000. So yeah, this did get short.
It's funny because the Pocket Kings misplay from that player made him from one of the big stacks that could be applying pressure on the bubble to a stack that is kind of under pressure. Which is a great song, by the way.
Under pressure, yeah.
And congrats to Easy on reading my mind and winning the ticket. Best of luck on the tournament. It is a great tournament. And just try to I mean, of course, first you have to make the shoot, but in case you do, just try to calculate what the average bounty is, and yeah, use that to help your decision making process. Which is basically just you look at the lobby, you look at the bounty prize pool, you look at the remaining players, and then it's just a simple division. And then whenever someone is all in, think that that is the money that's in the middle, not the 30K. Because I've seen people gambling so hard early on the choose of mystery bounties because the big bounty is still out there, and that's not the way you should approach it.
Yeah, I can see that happening. I mean, it's such a massive inducement, isn't it?
Yeah.
People like big shiny objects and, you know, any shot at it. And it's huge. I mean, it's $30,000 in that tournament.
It's a 215 buy-in, so it's like 150 buy-in
God,
bounty, yeah.
that's crazy.
I have never been to Romanian, and I have just like one kind of close Romanian friend, but they look similar to the Italian people in the sense that they are big on gestures, hand gestures. Do you feel that? I'm
Yeah.
seeing they talking and moving their hands a lot and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I
funny.
think so too. There you go. He's like literally giving you an illustration of that. Is around.
And it's funny because like I play online, so most of my poker players, poker playing friends are also people I know online. So for example, I talk to people from all around Europe, but I don't spend time with them in person to know how they are. So it's nice to see this kind of thing.
Well, we've watched some of their better local poker players on this stream. I'm sure we'll see more tomorrow. And BC says, asked us what was the answer. The important thing is the amount of pasta types. The answer was 35. In real life, apparently there's 350. Apparently.
Yeah.
Which means I've got more eating to do because I've only had about 9.
Yeah, me too.
I've already got to get busy.
I was also kind of overshooting when I said 35. I'm like, I'm not going to say 10, you know?
Okay, Alex, I think I'm going to let you go because I know that you have got a big social event to go to, and we're going to wrap the stream in a few minutes.
Okay,
I don't want
perfect.
to make you late. Say goodbye to Alex, and thanks to Alex, everybody. Thanks to Cavalito. You've done a fantastic job today, Alex. I know this is much longer than we normally do commentary together, and it's in a second language, which I absolutely could not do. So thanks for the brilliant analysis, and thanks for doing this for us.
No problem. It was a pleasure. It's always nice to spend time with you, and I hope everyone watching liked the stream. And yeah, I guess I'll see you in Barcelona.
Yeah, we'll see you in Barcelona, Alex. Brilliant stuff.
Hi,
Have
Chad.
a good family party. See you soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I'm going to wrap this up now, guys. I just want to say thank you for being here and thank you for your contributions in chat, and just give one last shout out for tomorrow's stream. We're going to be on air in the early afternoon. Turn on the notifications and follow the channel so you know when we go live, but I would expect it to be about 1:30 to 2 o'clock. We'll have lots of giveaways. We'll have a free roll, and most importantly, we'll have coverage of this great tournament down to the final table, through the final table, and crowning a champion. Big thanks again to Alex de Cavalito, who really did a fantastic job doing a 6-hour stream in your second language. That is not something I'll ever be able to do. Good to see you all in chat. Thanks to Lime. Thanks to our producers, and we'll see you tomorrow. Take it easy.